All right, Mr. Day, let's go live. So we're on the record. All right, it's 6:39 a.m. I'd like to call today's hearing to order. Before the hearing board today is a matter involving South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Chiquita Canyon LLC 6177-4 status report modification order for abatement. And so before we proceed any further, I'm going to allow Mr. Pittman to provide a pithy report out relative to the pre-hearing conference that transpired weeks past.
Thank you. Did have one on the 7th, and I just discussed the conditions that we were working on, which now you see presented to you. Discuss the witnesses that might be provided, including some, if need be, by a remote presentation. And, the testimony that was expected, and that was discussed. Thank you.
Any questions of the gentleman, members of the hearing board? Okay. All right, we're going to mark a series of exhibits. So I just want to be very clear. The hearing date scheduled August 17, 2024, and then subsequent hearing dates, August 20th and August 27th. The folks over at Chiquita entered into the record an exhibit index, a revised iteration. And so just to be very clear for the record, what Chiquita entered into the record was number DD, Declaration of Robert E. Dick, PE, comma, BCEE. E was LFG Wellfield Automated Remote Monitoring Plan. FF was Declaration of, pronounce that last name. I don't want to butcher her last name.
Viswanathan.
There we go. GG Declaration of Patrick Sullivan, BCEC, comma, CPP, comma, REPA. HH Declaration of Neil Bolton, comma, PE. II was Health Impacts Report, Public Summary. JJ was CTEH, Chiquita Canyon Landfill Health Impacts Report. KK was Intertox Odor Impacts Assessment, Chiquita Canyon Landfill Elevated Temperature Landfill Event. LL was the West Drain Installation Work Plan. MM was the ETLF Operations Health and Safety Plan. NN was the West Slope Toe Drain Health and Safety Plan. OO was the Odor Surveillance Data. PP was the California Regional Water Quality Control Board. Los Angeles Regional Investigative Board number R4-2024-0010. QQ was United States Environmental Protection Act. Full document there. RR was Los Angeles County Department of Public Health Compliance Order. SS was SCAQMD Public Nuisance Investigation Guidelines. TT was Viswanathan. P testimony presentation. UU was Robert E. Dick. Testimony presentation. VV was SCS Engineers and Blue Ridge Services Landfill Operation Assessment Report for Chiquita Canyon Landfill. WW was Chiquita Canyon LLC Standard Operating Procedure Order Control Measures. XX was CCL case number 6177-1 submitted order for abatement 12/16/2020. YY was CCL case number 6177-1 modified stipulated order for abatement 32421. ZZ was CCL case number 6177-1 modified stipulated order for abatement 8/9/2021. AAA was CCL case number 6177-1 modified stipulated order for abatement 10/5/2021. BBB was CCL case number 6177-1 modified stipulated order for abatement 11/18/2021. CCC was August 19, 2024. Photos of leachate tank farm Southwest AQMD versus Allied Waste Company of Public Services, DBA, Sunshine Canyon Landfill, March 24th, 2010. Findings and decisions, case numbers 3448-13. EE was SCAQMD versus Browning Ferris Industries, DBA, Sunshine Canyon Landfill, January 10, 2017. Findings and decisions, case number 3448-14. FFF was August 1st, 2024 status update chart. Just want to make sure that was clear for the record. Those documents were in fact submitted. Today with multiple exhibits, the district provided a findings and decisions for modified stipulated order for payments. This document, we'll mark this document as 64, okay? And then we'll mark, we were provided a blue line, red line iteration. So we'll mark that as 65. And as a clean iteration, we'll mark that as 66.
Is that
The full set,
Yeah, this is the full set.
does it have the modification in it?
No.
no, what is that?
That's a previous
I think
finding
that
of
was
decision.
just
Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. We got so many documents floating around up here. It's like an encyclopedia. Okay, so let me back up. All right, so the blue line will be 64. All right, and then the clean iteration is 65. Right, and you've received these documents. Okay, very well. All right. There we go. Okay, just for the record, this is an order. Documents. I just wanted to make sure that we had it all clear for the public. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any individuals desirous of providing evidentiary testimony and or just general public comment?
No, we did not receive any requests to speak.
Okay, let the reflect that there are none. And so we'll quickly move to introducing who's representing the district.
Hello, Mary Reichert and Ryan Mansell for the district.
All right, and for the respondent?
Good morning, Megan Morgan, Jacob Dujinski, and our colleague Lee Barton on behalf of Chiquita Canyon LLC.
Okay, how many witnesses do you believe both parties will have this morning?
The district has two witnesses that we do not anticipate will take very long at all.
Perfect.
Excuse me, someone did raise their hand
Okay.
online.
Perfect.
And Chiquita has 4 witnesses today.
Gotcha. And Madam Clerk, why don't let's bring up the individual who raised their hand. Abigail DeCesa.
Say so.
DeCesa.
Okay, there she goes.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes,
First and last.
yes, good morning. My name is Abigail DeCesa.
Okay. Ms. DeCesa, are you providing general public comment or evidentiary testimony for which both parties as well as hearing boards will be able to question you?
I would like to have it as testimony, and I am happy to answer questions.
Okay. Would you prefer to testify now, or would you prefer to wait until after you've heard opening statements, et cetera?
I believe now is fine.
Okay, not a problem. So we're going to allow you to testify. We're going to actually just administer a blanket oath for every one of you. Just simply raise your hand. Is there any way to turn your camera on? And if not, it's not a problem. We just wanted to.
Yes, let me get that on. Absolutely.
Very well. So you stand and raise your right hand. For those who are going to be providing testimony. Okay, there we go. All right, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Ms. DeSessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
We're
AQMD,
gonna add 3 minutes to the clock, by the way.
thank you. AQMD, thank you for all your years of dedication to clean air in our community and your hard work putting the injustice of Chiquita Canyon landfill's smoldering event in the public and government's view. I am respectfully requesting for myself, my family, and my neighborhood that AQMD add to the ongoing abatement order with the landfill. They immediately stop using acute RELs and begin using chronic RELs for their monitoring and their consultants' monitoring. This is not a single hour or an 8-hour day for adults, which those standards are based on. This is 2.5 years, approaching 3 years for all ages and all levels of time exposure. It is insulting to me, my family, and my community to allow the landfill and its consultants to continue downplaying the severity of our suffering and the long-term exposure to these gases. Thank you for considering my request either today or in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riker. Any questions of the gentle lady
No, thank you for your testimony.
from the respondent side?
No questions, but thank you for your testimony.
Members of the hearing board, any questions of the gentle lady? Mr. Balakapalan, sir, the floor is yours.
Mr. Souza, I just want to clarify your statement. You consider both acute and chronic REL, or what are you trying to? I didn't quite get what are you trying to say.
Thank you. I'd be happy to clarify. Currently, all the monitoring systems that are available for the public to see and that I'm aware of that are being operated by the landfill, either through AQMD, through the federal EPA, through any abatement order, through their consultants, everything is based on an acute level by a WEHA rather than a chronic. And chronic is long term, which we have now moved into compared to the acute, which is they do an hourly and it's based on hourly and or an 8-hour exposure potentially. And adults, this is actually seniors and young children with developing lungs. And this is 24 hours a day. We live in it, we work in it, we go to school in it. We don't actually get out of it. So that's the reason as approaching 3 years, this is more a chronic situation, in my opinion. And I respectfully request that AQMD and this hearing board consider that request now or in the near future. I hope that explains it better.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. D'Souza, for the clarification.
Thank you very kindly. All right, we're gonna quickly move to the petitioner's opening statements.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board and the public. As this is a continued hearing, we would incorporate our prior opening statement, but in addition to that, we have a number of things we would like to address before moving to the substantive proceedings today. First, it has been a number of months since we were here for the prior events of this hearing. And during that time, the parties have reached an agreement to impose 15 new or modified conditions to further expand air monitoring, to reduce downtime of the flares and related equipment, to increase community access to air quality data and historical data, and to reduce spills, leaks, and the potential for equipment failures at the site. In support of that, the executive officer intends to call 2 witnesses for the purpose of providing context for these newly stipulated conditions and to provide a status update on the monitoring and enforcement over the last several months since the prior appearance before this board. To do so, we'll be calling Larry Israel from the Compliance and Enforcement Division and Stephen Dutz from the Monitoring and Analysis Division. Additionally, the executive officer is withdrawing its trash-related conditions, that being conditions 75 and 77 from the prior appearance before this board, and is doing so in light of the LA Water Board's denial of Chiquita's request to begin placing waste in cell 8B of the landfill. In light of this denial, conditions 75 and 77, as previously proposed, are unlikely to have any impact in reducing odors at the landfill. And for that reason, we are withdrawing both conditions 75 and 77 from our request. And finally, we would also move to have the subpoena that was ordered by this board to be marked as satisfied, as the executive officer has complied with the subpoena and provided all documents that were ordered therein. Thank you.
Ms. Morgan?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Ali and members of the hearing board. We're here today as a continuation of the August status and modification hearing. At that hearing, you heard about the significant progress that Chiquita has made in implementing mitigation measures required by this hearing board's stipulated order. At that time, the parties had also agreed to an additional 43 new or modified conditions. We had continued the hearing because the parties disagreed on 2 conditions relating to the working phase. We're pleased that the South Coast AQMD has agreed to withdraw those conditions, and instead, during this interim period, the parties have discussed and agreed upon another 15 new or modified conditions and subconditions that are before you today. 2 members of Chiquita's reaction committee, Ms. Viswanathan and Mr. Dick, testified in August about their status updates. Because this is a continuation of the August hearing, you will not hear from those reaction committee members today. Instead, you will hear status updates from the remaining members of the reaction committee. Updates that include an overview of the health impacts report and odor impacts assessment that was finalized and published in August. The testimony and evidence you will hear will show that Chiquita continues to make significant progress in containing and mitigating the reaction. Mr. Neil Bolton will provide updates on Chiquita's ongoing efforts to identify, mitigate, and minimize leachate seeps, its completion of the excavation portion of the West Slope tow drain installation project, and its progress to complete the geosynthetic cover installation and tie it in to the landfill gas collection and control system. You will hear from Mr. Bolton that the number of leachate seeps has decreased, and the average size of those seeps has also decreased. Chiquita now has 110 pumps in operation at the landfill, up from 68 pumps in operation in August. Chiquita's dewatering efforts are working. Mr. Bolton will also report on the completion of the excavation portion of the West Slope project. As a reminder, this project was designed to improve leachate collection infrastructure in the area. At this point, Chiquita has completed the majority of the work, which has had a notable beneficial impact on on-site odors. Now that the tow drain installation project is nearing completion, the site is completing installation of the geosynthetic cover, which will total approximately 45 acres by tying it into the landfill gas collection and control system. Once complete, the cover is expected to further reduce surface emissions and any resulting odors. Following Mr. Bolton, you'll hear from Mr. Patrick Sullivan. He will provide testimony on expert reports and permitting requirements relating to the landfill gas collection and control system and the air monitoring equipment that Chiquita has installed on site and in the community. Chiquita has installed 256 vertical dual extraction wells since September of 2023 and is collecting an increased amount of landfill gas. As you will hear, Chiquita has also more than doubled its control capacity, allowing it to process all of the additional landfill gas produced by the reaction and collected by the expanded system. With respect to air monitoring, Chiquita has now installed 10 micro GCs at air monitoring stations at the landfill and in the community. 6 of these micro GCs are actually in the community. 2 were required by this board stipulated order and the others by the EPA. All of the data being collected by these state-of-the-art air monitoring stations is available for public review on Chiquita's website. After testimony on these crucial milestones, you will hear testimony from Chiquita's toxicologists, Dr. Sanchez-Soria and Dr. Ployce, about their findings in the health impacts report and odor impacts assessment. In short, Chiquita's toxicologists have found, consistent with the assessment from the county's independent expert, that short and long-term health impacts such as disease or cancer are not expected due to emissions from Chiquita. The toxicologists will also explain that data does indicate that there have been odors in the community capable of causing physical symptoms such as headaches and nausea. Their testimony today will be to inform the hearing board and the public of the scientifically rigorous nature of their analyses and the recommendations they have for members of the public who may experience exposure to odorants. In addition to the updates from the South Coast AQMD and members of the Reaction Committee, it's important for the hearing board to consider the overarching regulatory landscape at Chiquita. As this hearing board knows, in addition to this hearing board's order, Chiquita also operates under a unilateral administrative order from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, a compliance order from the local enforcement agency acting for CalRecycle, and an investigative order from the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. Under these orders, the Chiquita Canyon landfill is one of the most studied and monitored landfills in the world. Back in November 2023, local, state, and federal agencies, including the South Coast AQMD, formed a multi-agency critical action team, or the MCAT, that's led by the US EPA to coordinate regulatory efforts. In March 2024, that coordination shifted and regulators created a response multi-agency coordination group, or the RMAC, which was composed of federal, state, and local on-site coordinators. Just last month, on October 14th, the RMAC ended its emergency response phase of work and disbanded, returning to the MCAT structure for regulatory coordination. This is concrete evidence that Chiquita is successfully implementing its required mitigation measures and has addressed the RMAC's primary concerns. Chiquita acknowledges that there is work that remains to be done. As it continues to implement the many mitigation measures imposed on the landfill, Chiquita also continues to support members of the community that have been impacted by this rare reaction. Geographically eligible community members may continue to apply to Chiquita's Community Relief Program, administered by a third party. Applicants need only provide valid proof of residence in a geographically eligible area to receive a monthly payment that can be used at their discretion to offset costs of odor impacts. From March through October of this year, Chiquita has distributed nearly $8 million in cash directly to the community. We thank the hearing board for your time today and your dedication to the community, and we ask that the hearing board find good cause to adopt the proposed stipulated modifications. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Ms. Riker, Mr. Menzel, call your first witness.
Thank you. The district calls Lawrence Israel.
And Mr. Day, please remove any previous speakers from the panel.
Good morning, Mr. Israel.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lawrence, Laurance, Israel.
Thank you. And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And we're all very familiar with you here, but could you please state your position here at the district?
I'm a supervising air quality inspector in the Office of Compliance and Enforcement.
And are you familiar with Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Israel, could you please give a summary of the number of complaints and notices of violation that have been issued to Chiquita for nuisance specifically since the last hearing in August?
Yes. So covering the month of August, the district received approximately 1,490 odor complaints and issued 20 nuisance violations for Rule 402. In September, we received 2,500 odor complaints and issued 20 notices of violation for nuisance. And in October, we received 1,520 complaints and issued 18 notices of violation for nuisance. November, we're about 270 complaints, and we've issued 3 nuisance violations thus far.
Great, thank you. Could you give us a little perspective? Is this going up, going down, about staying the same?
Well, during the summer months, we were averaging about 1,500 complaints. And in September, that increased up to 2,500. So it's about 1,000 more. And then as we got into October, we went down to 1,500. Right now, at about 300 complaints, give or take, for the month. It seems like we're getting a lot more weather conditions that are more favorable to prevent odors going into the community, as we've seen during the summer months.
Okay, great. Thank you. Have you been to the site recently?
Yes.
Could you give an overview of the status of the landfill? Anything noteworthy that's occurring there that you observed?
Well, I think what sticks out the most from inspectors' standpoint is that the working face has greatly diminished. The tonnage has been diminished quite a bit since what we've seen before. I think they're down to about 2,000 tons per day. Previous months, we'd seen it up to 7,000, 8,000 tons. So the tonnage is down and the working face size is down. Just from our inspectors going in the community and responding to complaints, the majority of the complaints are not trash related. They're more landfill gas, described as leachate, some chemical, which is what our inspectors are verifying in the community.
Okay, great. And is the reduced tonnage that they're accepting and the reduced size of the working face related to the water board order that we referenced earlier in my co-counsel's opening?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, based on your understanding, what's your understanding of the water board's order relating to opening a new cell at the landfill?
Well, my understanding is that it has not been approved at this point. You're referring to, they're working in cell 8A primarily.
Right, relating to cell 8B, yeah.
Correct. As far as I've been told, or my understanding is that has not yet been approved. I'm not saying that could be approved next month or early next year, but as of today, I'm not aware of it being approved. So they're pretty much in cell 8A, which was where they've been for quite a while.
Okay, and then what was their typical tonnage that they have reduced down to 2,000?
Well, typically, I'm just looking at our inspection reports and our looking at the records. It's been at least 7,000, 8,000 tons per day.
Okay,
prior.
So this is about 25% of their typical a quarter?
Correct. And I'm talking about municipal solid waste.
Okay.
Maybe dirt or other things that they bring in, but this is primarily trash.
Okay. Could I just have one second? Okay, no further questions at this time for this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Morgan and Company?
Yes, just a couple questions. Good morning, Mr. Israel. You testified that you believe the landfill has reduced its tonnage because of a water board order. Is that correct?
Well, I think I did say that. I think there's another factor that there was that they had exceeded their tonnage from last year and that they may be under an order from Public Works or one of the other agencies that they need to reduce their tonnage, which I think is in effect right now. So I think that's also probably more of a factor. But I don't really get involved in that. So we're just interested how much you're getting right now. The dynamics of it is really kind of outside our scope.
And you mentioned a notice of violation or enforcement order from another agency. Could that be the Department of Regional Planning's notice of violation?
There's been so many, I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the hearing board? Any questions of Mr. Israel? Mr. Valakaplan?
Morning, Mr. Israel.
Good morning.
So since August, and we heard Ms. Hagan, say that they made a number of improvements, ongoing and adding the cover, the installation. So it doesn't seem to have had, any impact because the orders have continued. Is that your understanding, or is that improvement from the change from some of the control measures that have been required?
Well, I think it's a little early to say, but to answer it directly, this toe drain excavation, West Slope toe drain excavation project really started around the time of the last hearing. So during the course of that, we did see a tremendous increase in odor complaints, which was kind of anticipated. Then as that project wind down, we've seen less complaints in October. But again, we're getting into the time of year where we have more winds from the north. We have Santa Ana conditions. That's been a factor in the past for odors at the landfill.
Reducing odor.
Correct.
Not
correct.
Yeah.
So Mother Nature is sort of playing a role right there. But I think with everything that's happened right now, I mean, when you look at the last couple of numbers, it's been pretty consistent all year, with the exception of October. I'm sorry, September. So we've been seeing 1,500 to 2,000 complaints a month, pretty much for most of the year. But I think now with this, at the end of this excavation project and getting this geomembrane in, I think maybe by February, we'll have a better idea on how much it's really working, provided we have the type of wind conditions that were generating odor complaints in the past into the community. So what I'm saying is, if the winds are blowing from the south and we're not getting the odor complaints as we are seeing, we're on the right track.
Well, let me just clarify, the odor complaints are because the wind blowing it. I mean, the odor is generated.
Right.
It's whether somebody's experiencing it because of the wind blowing much faster or lower speed. So the excavation for the toe drain insulation indicated, because as they excavate, they expose new surface, and that has a tendency to.
That's right, and that's what was occurring.
That's what is occurring during the time. Okay. Okay, so your inspectors are there pretty much every day?
5 days a week.
5 days a week. Okay.
In the community.
In the community, and then on weekends when you're on call, when you respond to complaints too?
We're not physically responding due to staffing on weekends, so those are followed up by telephone. But we're not actually going out there investigating on weekends.
The weekend and Monday, then 3 days?
No, Monday we do, except for holidays.
Except for holidays. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Okay, thank you. No further questions. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions from members of the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Israel. I believe you're dismissed. Ms. Morgan?
Do you have another witness?
Did you have another witness? Okay. I thought there might have been a cross. All right. Mr. Mansell, you want to call your second witness?
Yes, the executive officer would call Mr. Stephen Dutz.
All right, so Mr. Deuce, did you take the oath? Okay, so why don't we go ahead and have you to stand, my friend? Raise your right hand. All right. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter should be the true truth, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, my friend. Mr. Mansell.
Thank you. Mr. Dutz, what is your position with the AQMD?
I'm the laboratory manager.
And what division is that role in?
Monitoring and analysis.
And are you familiar with the monitoring that is done in relationship to this matter and at Chiquita Canyon?
Yes.
And have you reviewed additional monitoring data since the last hearing date in August?
Yes.
And what types of data have you reviewed since then?
We are continuously reviewing most of the data, or rather all the data that's being generated by the Chiquita Canyon contractor SCS engineers. This includes continuous methane, H2S, VOC, among others.
And did you review any grab samples that were taken near the landfill?
Yes, I've reviewed the grab samples that our inspectors took.
And approximately how many grab samples were taken?
In the most recent effort, about 13.
And do you know approximately where those grab samples were taken in relationship to the landfill?
Yeah, in the communities surrounding the landfill, a significant number were taken in the Valverde community, and then as well as north of the landfill as well.
And do you know what was the purpose of taking those grab samples?
Yeah, there's an effort by our inspectors to try to better characterize the odor issues that have been impacting the surrounding community.
And did you review the results of those grab samples?
I did.
And did those grab samples show any compounds that were above expected background levels?
Yeah, we saw a number of compounds that were elevated, what we would call tracer compounds for the landfill. A couple that stuck out would be benzene, as we've noted many times before, as well as acrolein.
And what exactly is acrolein?
Acrolein is a small organic molecule.
For the benefit of the public, is it commonly associated with any particular sources that they might be familiar with?
Yeah, we'll typically see acrolein coming off of char broilers, burning meat, fats, those types of things.
Now, you mentioned that acrolein was elevated in these samples. What would the expected background level for acrolein ordinarily be?
We typically see it in the range of 0.2 to 0.4 parts per billion, I would say.
And what are you using as the basis for establishing that?
It'd be based on our multiple air toxics exposure study, the last one that we performed.
And is there particular monitors or particular area of that study that you're using to inform what you would expect to be the background levels in this area?
Yeah, we'd look at both the basin ranges as well as our Burbank station, which would be the closest in proximity to where the landfill is.
And of these samples where acrolein was elevated, were any of those elevated readings near the applicable reference exposure limit for acrolein?
Yeah, of the grab samples, we did see one that was nearing the OEHA acute reference exposure limit.
And what is the reference exposure limit for acrolein?
The OEHA acute reference exposure limit is approximately 1.1 part per billion.
And was it the acute rel that you were looking at for these samples?
It was, yes.
And how close to that 1.1 ppb were some of the samples that you had seen?
I would say they get up to approximately 1 part per billion.
And in reviewing that and in reviewing the rel, have you reviewed the associated effects stated by OEHA related to that acute rel?
Yes.
And typically, what does OEHA state those effects to be?
OEHA states the target organs to be eyes and respiratory system, irritation to those.
Now, you mentioned that these readings were taken via grab samples. What effect, if any, does that have on the value of the data or readings?
So we would typically use grab samples as a way to quickly measure a single point in time. We're comparing these values against a 1 hour time integrated value, which is not a direct comparison, but we do use these samples as a way to indicate future actions. So if we see samples as being elevated, then that would be cause for further investigation on our part.
So you mentioned further steps would be necessary to address the discrepancy between the point in time sample and the 1 hour standard. What would those next steps be?
Some of those steps that we've already taken were to deploy time integrated samplers in the community in the areas where we're seeing these elevated values occur, as well as to potentially implement this particular analyte on the existing monitoring network around the landfill.
Do you know approximately how many of those 1 hour canister samples were taken?
Just due to a recent deployment, we've only been able to obtain 2.
Okay. And do we have any like approved or quality checked results for those yet?
Yeah, one of those samples unfortunately was invalidated. The other was taken and did show levels that were slightly elevated, but definitely warrants further investigation.
Now, are there any limitations or challenges in using 1 hour canisters compared to something else?
Yeah, 1 hour canister. It's a great tool to be able to quickly to deploy, but it is labor intensive, and we are relying on our recognition of seeing elevated values or hearing from the community that they're currently experiencing an odor event to remotely trigger that canister. So there is that potential downfall to this approach.
And would that potential downfall be alleviated or at least somewhat addressed by the use of continuous monitoring?
Yes.
And is the continuous monitoring that's proposed in this case for acrolein, do you know which monitoring stations that would be done at?
I believe per our order, we're requesting MS 10 and 12. Ideally, this would take place at all existing monitors.
And what is the location of MS 10 and MS 12?
One of those is in the Valverde community, and the other is over by Live Oak Elementary.
And are those near the location where the graph samples were taken?
Yes, for the Valverde community, the majority of the samples were taken there.
And did you also review, well, you mentioned that you had reviewed data that was coming from some of those community monitors, including MS 10 and MS 12, is that right?
Yes.
And have any of the monitored compounds at those stations exceeded their applicable OWIHA reference exposure limit?
For specifically MS 10 and 12, I don't believe so.
Okay, what about for the rest of the monitors generally? And just to clarify, since the last hearing date?
Yeah, we've seen exceedances at a couple of the offsite monitors, namely the one located at the USPS facility and the one at the fire training facility.
And do you know which compounds exceeded those limits?
And those are for benzene exceedances.
Those were benzene?
Yes.
And do you know which reference exposure limit it was? Was it the acute?
Correct. Yeah, it was the acute, approximately 8 parts per billion for benzene.
And then do you have any status update on the public availability of monitoring data?
Yeah, I think it is prudent to mention, I think it was alluded to earlier here, that currently the Chiquita Canyon contractor has been able to implement the entire network of micro GCs around the landfill, and all that data is now currently available online, both on Chiquita Canyon's website and on the cclresponse.com website that was put in place by the MCAT. So the data is freely available to the public, accessible. In addition to that, there's a notification system that's gone live that was a previous condition of ours that will alert the public when that 8 ppb value for benzene or the corresponding acute value for H2S is exceeded, and then again notify the public when those levels drop below those threshold values.
And I think you may have mentioned at the end, but do you have any additional status updates on the public notification system?
Yeah, I think I just alluded to that, yeah.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, just a couple questions for you, Mr. Dutz. Going back to the grab sampling that AQMD had conducted as part of what I believe you described as an effort to better characterize the odor evaluation that AQMD was conducting. I believe you mentioned that you were analyzing acrolein in grab samples. Was that like a Tedlar bag type sample?
I believe these samples were taken both in Tedlar bags, and then I think there might have been a few that were in canisters, but predominantly Tedlar bags.
And then even with the canisters, those were still kind of like a snapshot type grab. It wasn't an hour-long canister that was
Correct.
deployed for those. And so with respect to comparison against the acrolein REL, I think you had mentioned that the REL is an hour long for acute exposures. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And so these really wouldn't provide an apples to apples comparison against that REL. Is that correct? But in any event, I believe you testified that those numbers seem elevated in comparison to the MATES data. So when we're saying elevated, we mean in comparison to what we believe background is, not against the REL. Is that right?
Yeah, that's accurate. In addition, we have a pretty good idea of what we would typically see in grab samples taken, not near an area impacted by a landfill or any of those sources as well. Yeah,
got it. And so with respect to the benzene exceedances that you had mentioned at some of the monitoring stations, was that on a single day? Was that multiple days? I mean, how often did you see that?
Yeah, the benzene exceedances, I believe there was well, at the offsite monitors, there was the October 28th incident most recently, where we saw the exceedance just for a few hours on that particular day and corresponded to some flare downtime.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Members of the board. Mr. Balakapalan.
Morning, Mr. Dutz. I don't know, did you hear the public members testify earlier, or you were not here? But
I wasn't.
One of the concerns she had was only RELs for acute was mentioned, not chronic. Ecrolin has a chronic REL.
Correct. Yeah.
And so if you're measuring, let's say, ecrolin in an hour, it doesn't stop generating the ecrolin emission is ongoing. So even though you're getting the sample collected and you're comparing the acute REL, there's also a long-term effect if there's REL for that particular pollutant, right? So who does, I mean, I know you analyze the data. Does somebody in your group, or you do a health risk assessment based on the data collected, looking at hazard index and MICR based on the concentrations?
Yeah, so within monitoring analysis, what we defer to or refer to are the OEHA reference values. And then we are part of the MCAT, I think that everybody here is familiar with, and also part of that unit is LADPH, OEHA, California DPH, and those organizations are relied upon for doing further health risk assessments or studies.
So the AQMD doesn't do health risk assessment based on the data collected?
Not in this instance. We would defer to the public health officials.
So to her point, Ms. De Souza, shouldn't we also be looking at least listing what the chronic REL is and whether this are exceeding the chronic REL limits, because they don't stop in the hour. They are continuing throughout the day, right?
Yeah, I think at this point in deploying these monitors, what we were looking for is kind of the apples to apples comparison. As I'm sure you're aware, the chronic values are looking at for a much longer duration when they're assessing those comparisons. So at this point, it's not to say that chronic values aren't being considered, but the direct comparison would be the acute value.
I'm looking at the consolidated table for there is an 8-hour REL. Are you familiar with that?
I'm aware of it.
So, so that's within the realm, 8 hours, you're not talking long-term, just on a daily, basis. You might be exposed to a chronic REL level.
Yeah, I believe there are additional, and I'm not one to comment on choosing between the rails here, but I believe there are additional factors that go into consideration with choosing the 8-hour to use as a point of reference.
Okay. Now, you mentioned, I think, ecrolin was identified. It was previously identified when they did the 28-day study, correct? The ecrolin was also listed. They did, I'm looking at the report, they did identify acrolin, but they, not say down, they mentioned that it was the highest, were found below OE, chronic REL, but they also said that's also health risk, but they didn't do it was not part of the COI. So it was identified for, and now we're asking them to specifically monitor for ecrolin, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
What the two drivers I saw in your report before were benzene, carbon tetrachloride. I don't see carbon tetrachloride. I see benzene. Those two were primarily the risk drivers for cancer risk. Why is carbon tetrachloride not included, or is it also been collected? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, it is not being looked at on those micro GCs. That's not a particular compound that we've seen consistently elevated in the analysis we've done of the data, compared to most recently acrolein. So I can't comment on it beyond that.
Actually, I looked at the report. They actually identified both benzene and carbon tetrachloride as the drivers, and they said there has to be more monitoring of those. So why exclude carbon tetrachloride? Because if they found it in the 28-day study.
I'll have to go back and review that 28-day study. It's not something that I've noted in our data that I've been reviewing.
Yeah. Okay. I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo-Prata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dutz, has any other agency asked for this information? Has it been shared with any of the other agencies?
Yeah, when we started seeing these elevated values in the grab samples, we brought it to the attention of the EPA emergency response team, as well as CARB. And then since then, it's been shared with the broader group of the MCAT.
And have they responded in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, they feel further investigation is also warranted, and provided some asks to the landfill to test for acrolein in the inflow gas to the flares, as well as some suggested next steps.
What were those next steps?
To continue more intensive monitoring and look further into whether we're seeing the acrolein emissions elsewhere on the landfill property or in the community.
Is all of this information available to the public?
As far as the sample information,
As far as your response to the other agencies, as well as their response back to you, to AQMD?
I think this is the internal communications within the MCAT at this point. As far as I know, I think there's been some mention of acrolein, but not this level of detail.
Is there some type of a requirement that it not be public, that it not be made public?
Not that I'm aware of at this point. As far as our next steps, we were basically, like I said, these grab samples are used to kind of inform internally what we should be doing next. It's very much a first step, it's a snapshot in time. It's not something that I would base or use as necessarily a decisional sample. And in that light, the next steps for us would be to more intensive mine to produce a data set that can be used to inform, the general public.
But not at this time.
Well, that's what we're asking here in this order, is to add this analyte into the micro GCs so we can produce that data set, and then also in parallel pull these triggered canisters, these 1 hour triggered canisters.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
I do as a follow-up.
Lon?
I lost my thought there. The VOC, I think condition, the proposed modification condition number 34A. Do you have that in front of you by any chance?
All right, I got it.
Here's a clean one. That's more helpful.
Okay. It does say, 24-hour integrated canister, which you talked about for benzene, H2S, methane, and all hourly GCDMS and VOC. Now, VOC, both reactive and unreactive, is there a list of candidates for VOC that you look at, or, VOC is so generic?
I believe in this condition it's outlined that it was per the flux study for any VOCs that had emissions greater than 1 ton per year. That's how it was initially determined what VOCs should be included on these micro GCs.
Okay, so it's a flux study that is more than a ton. Do you know what condition that is? Or it was previously, it was in a condition, do you know?
I'm not sure. I think Chiquita can weigh in as well, but I do believe if not in this condition, there is another condition that specifically references the flux study and additional monitoring related to the flux study, but it may not be on this sheet because I don't believe we are making any specific changes that relate to that condition.
And I believe it's condition 36 that
36
sets that out. That condition 36 requires respondent to install and maintain micro GCs, and it does mention, like Mr. Dutz said, VOCs with site surface emissions greater than 1 ton a year as indicated, and goes on to refer to the flux chamber study.
Thank you. And the condition 12I in the same document. So it talks about at a minimum speciated hydrocarbon C2 to C12. So will that encompass everything then? If they're over a ton, would that capture, for instance, acetone and so forth?
Sorry, what's your question?
It's a speciated C2 to C12.
Yeah.
So those hydrocarbons that will, any of those emissions of a ton, that's a criteria for them to be reporting on them. Is that? Let me look at
Are you
condition number
saying,
30.
like, I guess, are you asking me if saying that we're requiring speciated hydrocarbons C2 to C12 in the flux study will sufficiently cover all VOCs, or what? I guess, what's your question?
Yeah, will that cover all VOCs of concern?
No, it's just those are the hydrocarbons only, but you'll see following that we require toxic air contaminants as analyzed by EPA TO15. So a combination of these things would address most analytes of concern, most commonly observed analytes of concern.
Okay. Just one last question. I know a lot of references made to the MATE study and saying the background in Burbank, for instance, of the closest is this comparable like that. Is that a apple-to-apple comparison? You're talking in the MATE study Burbank, they look at the whole area, correct, and all the emissions from Burbank and cars and planes and so forth. And here you have a small area that is also having elevated levels comparable almost to Burbank. I mean, let me put it this way, and it's not, maybe it's not a fair question to you, so just tell me no. Okay, is it acceptable for those kind of high levels in Burbank? Risk levels?
No, I don't feel it's acceptable to have those high levels anywhere.
So anyway, and so the same thing, when you do a comparison, hey, look, Burbank has the high levels are comparable to Burbank, so it's, that's the background. Is that the thinking, or is that?
Well, I mean, I would say that the levels we're seeing here are higher than what we observed during MATES 5 in Burbank. I think it's worth noting that when you look at the distribution of compound concentrations across the basin, it's not that significant when you look across the MATES study, especially for these toxic air contaminants. And so, what we're seeing here, I think the point that we're trying to make is what we're seeing here up at Chiquita Canyon is above the background levels we observed during MATES 5 at the Burbank station.
And from a very concentrated, basically a smaller area. Because when we look at other monitoring stations, they encompass, because, you have the data accumulated for one specific area, right? Based on the grid or whatever it's chosen.
Well, no, not exactly. I think it's worth noting that when we say Burbank, we're talking about a monitoring station. So we're pulling samples from that monitoring station that happens to be located in Burbank. And so we're looking at empirical data that we're obtaining from these samples. I think it's worth noting that when we're doing these comparisons, these are 24-hour time integrated samples that we're talking about with MATES versus, again, grab samples or hourly samples, but it provides a good context for judging what the background is in the basin or maybe regionally in this Burbank area.
But the public shouldn't go with the assumption, hey, it is as comparable to Burbank, so don't have to worry. Kind of, and I'm sorry if I'm...
Just clarify, is essentially your question whether the area around Chiquita exhibits the same general characteristics as Burbank, such that whether Burbank would be a good fit for comparison? Is that what the question is?
No, I think that, let me clarify. I think the comparison is made to other MATES location, and we know the risk is very high in the whole basin, not just, and so it's not an acceptable risk, but the MATES study is doing a good job of looking at the trend and seeing the reduction in some areas and some pollutants and so forth. So that's a good tool to assess what the community is assessed to. I think the MATES report rightfully clarifies this. The numbers, the risk doesn't mean that there's actual cases there, but it's just a probability, and that's a way to gauge how it improves. So when you say, hey, this is comparable to Burbank, and that's what a lot of references is made, it gives at least impression. So, people in Burbank also have have high exposure levels, which we know they are, based on the data. So you shouldn't be too concerned, because other people are also.
You know,
I'm putting
Kaplan.
that in a nutshell. Is that my wrong way of thinking, Mr. Dutz? If you can, I should be looking at it differently.
Do you want me to?
Well, and then I want to move on from Burbank because now we're kind of entering into testimony versus questioning. So let's wrap this line of questioning up because it's becoming a little bit confusing.
No, Burbank was referred to in the report. The comparison is made to Burbank. That's why.
But,
I brought it back.
but Mr. Mansell is trying to clarify the question for which there seems to be some confusion. So perhaps we can kind of, if you can answer this question, then we can move on.
And maybe just one more shot at clarifying. Is really the question whether what we're considering the background levels from Burbank might themselves be elevated from what you might expect just elsewhere in the country? Is that the question as to whether that's an appropriate baseline itself?
I'm not comparing the country. I'm just looking at the basin only, so it's not the country. It's just there's reference made to Burbank in the reports, saying that the comparison with Burbank, that's the closest monitoring station, so rightfully, you look at Burbank and say, okay, no, Burbank, the background or is at or below, or some cases more than what you measure at Burbank, so that's the background. So what's the assumption that one draws from that by that?
Okay, I guess maybe I can just very briefly explain our approach to looking at this data. And that is, we're looking at basically like a point source in the landfill. And we're trying to assess the impact of the landfill on the community. And so what we're using as a baseline to assess that impact of the landfill on the community would be the background concentrations as we observed at Burbank. And so we're making a point of comparison to Burbank because this is our baseline, this is our background. And what we're seeing that elevated above that background are potentially coming from the landfill as a source. So I don't know that, I think where you're going is saying, this is okay because the concentrations in Burbank are this level. That's not the avenue that when we're making in MAD the comparison, we're not saying, oh, this is okay, this is acceptable risk. That's not our job. Our job is to come in here and say, okay, this is the background, this is the baseline, and what we're seeing come from the landfill is above that baseline, or we're not seeing anything above that baseline. And that's where we draw the line as far as interpreting the data and looking at impacts or potential impacts from the landfill.
Okay, and I'll reserve a question to the health specialist, from Chiquita side. But the problem, I know it's not in your opinion, to do this. There's no health risk assessment per se conducted based on these values that are collected, correct? By South Coast AQMD? Or just from Chiquita's monitoring data?
Yeah, so within MAD, we're looking at the data again for landfill impacts in comparison against established reference exposure limits by OEHA, and that's where we draw the line when it comes to interpreting, the health aspect of that. That's where we would defer to the public health agencies.
And AQMD is one of those public health agencies, correct?
I would defer to a health effects officer, not somebody within our monitoring and analysis division.
Sure, I understand that, and I appreciate it. I thank you. I have good enough.
Thank you. Any addition, Ms. Verdugo-Prata?
I just want to clarify for the public, because there are so many MATES studies. This was MATES 5, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, and we're about to embark on MATES 6. So once that data set's finalized, that will be our new reference point.
Do you know about when that will be?
I think we're looking at starting, very early 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You dismissed witness, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:05. Thank you. We're off the record. All right, Mr. Day, we're back on the record at 11 a.m. Okay, Miss. Hold on, make sure we got, so Ms. Rikers stepped out, so Mr. Mansell's holding down. Okay, Ms. Miller, the floor is yours.
Thank you. For our first witness, we're calling Mr. Neil Bolton. Mr. Bolton, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Neil Bolton, Neal Bolton.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Can you remind the hearing board of your role at your company, Blue Ridge Services, and your area of expertise?
Yes, I am president of Blue Ridge Services. We are a solid waste landfill operations consulting company, an engineering company.
You executed a declaration in this case on August 9th. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that declaration, which for the hearing board was entered earlier as Exhibit HH, that
Yes.
covers many aspects of Chiquita's landfill operations, including a leachate management plan, identification and mitigation of leachate seeps, a study on the leachate generation and total quantity of leachate at the waste mass, on the Western Slope construction work, and odor mitigation strategies for fresh trash. Does that sound right?
That is all right.
Today, I'm going to ask you about just a couple of those topics, including site inspections, repair work, the Western Slope excavation project, and the geosynthetic cover install. Mr. Bolton, let's start with, when was the last time you visited Chiquita Canyon landfill?
I was at Chiquita yesterday.
Did you visit in August as
Yes,
well?
I was there in August before and after the portion of the hearing that occurred in August. I think I was on site 3 times in August.
And I've got down that you visited on August 16th, 18th, and 19th. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct, yes.
And what did you do during your visits to the landfill?
Well, I met with the staff and toured the site, spent quite a bit of time looking around the different activities at the site, active face, the West Toe Slope project, the Northern Slope, and much of the area around the geomembrane cap, which is on top of the reaction area.
So when visiting, did you discuss Chiquita's regular operations like inspection for leachate seeps?
Sure, yeah, we talked about that.
And does Chiquita have dedicated staff that continue to inspect for seeps twice per day?
They do that twice a day, and that program is working very well.
What mitigation measures does Chiquita take in the event a seep is discovered during one of those inspections?
Well, if you all recall, we had put together some best management practices, some BMPs about how to deal with leachate seeps. And the response to a leachate seep really depends on the size and location of the seep. Very small seeps might just be covered with soil. A larger seep might be dug out and replaced with soil. It depends on the scope of the event. But yes, they have a number of different responses that they can imply there.
Has Blue Ridge been tracking the seep data since the last hearing?
We've been tracking the seep data since the last hearing and actually through most of 2024.
Have you noticed a decrease in seeps this year?
Well, we've noticed a decrease in the number of seeps and the size of seeps. So yes, that is correct.
So I've just pulled up a chart. It looks like I'm sharing my screen. And this is a chart that you've prepared for the purpose of this hearing. Could you please explain what we're looking at here?
Yes, we have 2 different sets of data on this chart, a blue line and a red line. The blue line shows total seeps per month since early January and gives us a feel for how many seeps we've had each month through October and into part of November. And then the red line shows us the seeps that we've had specifically on the West Toe. So we've seen some decrease in both, but most dramatically along the West Slope or the West Toe project. That area was problematic through the early part of this year. Lots of seeps out there, some larger seeps. We had some get into the concrete line channel. It was a very wet area, which is why that whole project was conducted out there. And what we've seen is very positive that we have reduced the number of seeps overall and certainly reduced the number of seeps along the West Slope.
So now the second slide has a scatter plot of seeps by size and date. Can you just describe to the board what we're looking at here and your analysis of this
Sure.
data?
Yes, I extract all of the inspection data from Chiquita's twice-a-day inspections. They publish that once a week. I extract that data and then plot it in an Excel spreadsheet to look at the size of the sheet, the seeps, the dates that those occurred. And so just visually, you can see that there have been, from what we had earlier this year, the first quarter or so this year, lots of seeps, progressively fewer and fewer, and that trend is continuing.
Thank you. So why do you believe that there's been a decrease in seeps?
Well, it's predominantly because of the dewatering efforts that have been going on there. The pumping from the leachate wells and from the dual purpose wells in and around the reactionary, we're pumping leachate out, and that's reducing the amount of liquid inside the reactionary and areas adjacent to the reactionary. So it's very much predominantly due to the dewatering efforts.
What about the lack of rain in the past several months? Would that be a primary driver?
Well, typically we'll look at rainfall as a potential contributor to leachate, and we can't discount that. When it rains, we have moisture, and some of that seeps through the landfill cover and into the waste mass. So that can be a contributing factor. But two things we look at. If we go back pre-reaction at Chiquita, we weren't seeing leachate seeps, which is typical of Southern California landfills. We don't get enough rainfall. It's an arid region. And so even though we can't say the precipitation doesn't have some impact on leachate seeps and the dry season could be helping us, it's not a very big factor. Predominantly, it's the liquid that is liberated inside the reactionary that we're dealing with. And as we dewater that, as we pump that out, we're gaining ground on the leachate seeps.
So let's switch gears slightly to spills, leachate spills. Is Chiquita monitoring and recording spills at the landfill and reporting those to AQMD?
Yes, following the August hearing, they began doing it on a regular basis. Prior to that, they were more intermittent, and I would sometimes pick up a spill or a leak on the twice-a-day inspections. If we found a leachate seep, and oh, by the way, we found a small leak at a tank or on a pipe, that was recorded there. But now, since the August hearing, we're seeing a dedicated reporting system just specifically for spills or leaks.
And if a spill is identified, Chiquita takes prompt steps to clean it up. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you recall the leachate spill that occurred on August 15th this year?
Yes, I was on site just a day or two after that happened.
And do you remember Mr. Israel testifying to that spill on our August 17th hearing?
Yes, I was at the hearing, and I recall him talking about that.
And so you testified earlier that you visited the site on August 16th. At that point, had the spill been fully contained?
Yeah, generally there was still a little bit of cleanup. There were some large containers, roll-off containers that had plastic liners inside, and some of the wet soil was placed in those containers. So that was in process. And I think I was there a day or two later, and the entire cleanup had been completed at that time.
Yes, and you testified earlier you'd been on the site on August 19th. So at that point, is that when the spill had been fully remediated?
That's correct.
In past hearings and in your declarations, you've reported on pressurized leachate releases. Is that right?
Yes.
Have there been any PLRs since our April 2024 hearing?
Not since that hearing at all. There have been no PLRs at all at the landfill since that time.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to move on now to talk about cover. Can you confirm that Chiquita continues to conduct inspections of both the landfill cover and the geosynthetic cover on a daily basis?
Yes, many times per day. That's an ongoing effort. Yes.
And you've testified at the last few hearings about the status of the geosynthetic cover. Is it your understanding that Chiquita has less than 4 acres remaining to install?
Yes, they've had more than 41 acres in place for some time now. I think 3 months, maybe. I don't know exact timeline. And they've been waiting to complete the additional 4 acres or so along the west toe and kind of a termination and tie-in on the north slope as well. So yeah, 41, 42 acres in place and has been in place for quite some time, and about 4 acres to go.
Thank you. So I'd like to direct your attention to this video that's now playing. Is it your understanding that this is drone footage shot at the Chiquita Canyon in August of this year?
Yes.
Could you please describe for the hearing board what we are looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at the northwest corner of the landfill. This is about 41.9 acres of geomembrane cap. So it's a textured plastic cap. It's white, so that it doesn't heat up. It kind of protects against the sun. And that capped area covers the reaction area and reaches out a little beyond the edge of the reaction area and over the north slope and over the west slope. So this, what we're seeing here, just to give you a picture of scale, the plastic here, the 41 or so acres, is equivalent to about 40 football fields of plastic that has been placed, or geomembrane that's been placed on top of the reaction area.
Before Chiquita can complete this cover installation, it must finish the western slope toe drain installation project. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Once those remaining few acres are covered, what would the final step be in this cover installation process?
Well, the key is, so the reaction area is our problem. That's what's generating the gas. That's what's liberating the liquid, the leachate within the reaction area. And so to limit that emissions from that reaction area, this is the cap. But we have a cap that doesn't connect anything. So along some of the edges, they're secured with sandbags, et cetera. But we need to finish the west toe project and finish the north termination project so that we can weld, actually melt together the edge of this geomembrane cap to the underlying liner. So there's a plastic liner underneath the entire landfill. We want to be able to lay this down the slope, expose the edge of the underlying liner, and then weld together, basically just melt the plastic together. There's a welding system that does that. And at that point, we have then contained the emissions from the reaction area. At this point, we've got the bottom on it, we got a top on it, but the edges are generally unsecured. And that is, well, we'll talk about that probably later, but that is the source of our odor right now, is that edge, that last part that has not been connected.
And in this north slope area, why is it that Chiquita had to wait to seal those edges together?
Well, if you look at this picture, sort of in the middle center, you'll see some vehicles parked over there. That's the active work area for the west toe area. And so a lot of things were happening there. We had, of course, workers going in and out to that area. We had heavy equipment hauling the excavated soil and trash out of that area. We were hauling rock and gravel and pipe and other materials into that area. And you'll see from where the cars are parked in the middle of that photo, kind of down to the bottom right, there's one road along the edge of the white cap, and that is a one-way road. And so there was controlled access. There was someone with a radio down the very bottom right corner of the screen and up in the middle of the vehicles, and they were regulating traffic flow because it was one way in, one way out. And so during the time that we're working on all of that west toe project, we couldn't also be working along the north toe because we blocked the access. It was very much a logistics and access issue. So the west slope, the west toe that we're looking at right now, that was the most critical part. That's where we had a lot of seeps. We had odors coming out of that area. We had to get that done first. And it was very important that we beat the weather, and kudos to the folks who worked on that, because they're done with the excavation and it has not rained yet. So good for them. Now that is wrapped up, we can start the north toe termination and seal off the liner on the north end as well.
So let me ask more specifically about, you mentioned that you think that this will improve odors once this is tied in. Why is that?
Well, we'll have encapsulated the reaction area. So normal landfills have decomposition and they generate landfill gas, and that gets extracted and a little bit comes out through the cover soil, and that's just a normal operation. You can have odors once in a while from a normal landfill. The reaction area, the area that's underneath this plastic, is an accelerated decomposition process. They call it ETLF and different terms for that, but it means that decomposition is happening very quickly. And when that happens, just like putting your garbage bag out, sealing it and putting it in the sun in the summer day, it gets hot and sweaty and smelly really fast. That's what's happening in the reaction area.
And let me maybe just ask one clarifying question, or more specifically, once there's a seal in place, Chiquita will be able to apply additional vacuum. Is that right?
Yeah, we can't put the vacuum on right now because the edges aren't sealed. And if we start sucking too hard underneath this cap, we could pull oxygen into the waste mass. That's not good. That can create other problems for us. And so once this cap is in and it's tied in and welded to the baseliner on the west side, and it's welded to the baseliner on the north side. We have it encapsulated, and yes, you're correct. At that point, we can start to apply more vacuum through all this network of piping and wells that you see on here, and we can pull that gas out. It's part of the process. So this is a big step, but it's not the last step.
So let's turn back to the video. I've paused it here at the west slope. Can you describe for the hearing board and the public what we're looking at, the black material?
So the black strip of material that you see, the white on the left, and then you see a black strip to the right of that. That's the scrim. We've been talking about scrim for a long time. The scrim was kind of a temporary plastic cover that went on that west slope to keep rain out, to keep odors in. And so they are starting about where you see that blue pickup or the blue truck in the bottom right corner of the screen. They are starting to excavate there. Thank you for the, and then if you move left and up, you see an excavator parked on the road. That is the part of the excavation process. So the team would go in and cut and remove a piece of scrim, which was very odorous. That was a smelly time when they released or opened up a piece of scrim. They would excavate waste and soil out and expose the baseliner, do any welding or repairs necessary, put in gravel and drain rock and perforated pipes and a whole bunch of different materials. And then they'd move to the next area and to the next. And so they had to do that entire 1,200 lineal feet of that scrim area. And that was the West Toe project.
And you were able to observe some of this excavation during your visits in August, is that right?
Yeah, and it looks like this is very similar to what I saw there. So I'm assuming this drone footage is probably very close to the time I was there in mid-August.
And when you were there and observing this excavation, did you notice odors?
Oh yeah, definitely. Mostly when they had to remove sections of the scrim and excavate the old soil and waste out. Yes, very, very odorous to do that.
Did you observe Chiquita employing the required odor mitigation measures during that time?
Absolutely. They had everything in place. I can go through the list if you like, but there were a lot of safety measures in place during that project.
And at this point, I believe you testified earlier, the portion of the project where there's excavation into waste, that's over. Is that right?
That's completed. At the very beginning, the project started where they would excavate and then wait and fix the liner, and they focused on one area. And then when that was done, they moved to the next. And so we made some changes to accelerate the pace of getting this done into kind of a caravan or a train where they'd excavate one location, and then they start cleaning the liner, they excavate the next and the next, and it progressed as a train through that process. So yes, the excavation part is completed. The drainage material has been placed. There are 5 sumps there to collect any leachate, and they are now grading soil and will soon be putting the geomembrane on top. So that the excavation project of that project is completed.
And were you able to visit this same area yesterday when you were at the landfill?
Yes.
Did you notice a decrease in odors?
Oh, absolutely. The west slope does not have odors at this point. That has been remediated and sealed, and there are no odors on the west slope.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you.
Mr. Manson.
Yes, a few short questions. Turning back to when you were discussing the frequency of leachate seeps vis-a-vis the graph that council had on the screen for you, what was the reason for the significant increase in seeps for both September and October?
I don't know. We had, I'd have to go back and look at the data. We had a number of seeps show up recurringly on the north slope. And we also had some above the west slope work area. And why that happened, I do not know. There was a time earlier in the year when we were not pumping for a while. I think the pumps were down, some of the leachate extraction pumps were down, and we saw definitely an increase in seeps following that time. But there are other spikes that I don't know the answer to that. I don't know.
Have you or anyone who provides you data at Chiquita attempted to analyze why that may have happened?
Well, as I said, some of the pumps were down for a period of time earlier this year. That definitely had an impact. And since that time, throughout much of this year, there's been an ongoing dewatering effort, but it's a random thing. We don't have a nice uniform lake of leachate sitting there someplace and we're pumping it down. These are what you call a perched aquifer. We've got leachate on this layer and leachate over here. And so it's kind of a random thing. So We have looked at some of the liquids in the report that we submitted, I think in June, and that report will be updated in January, and we'll be taking another look at that. But to specifically answer your question, beyond preparing for that report that's coming up in January, we have not done any additional looking at why the number of seeps might increase here and there.
And do you know what was the reason for the pumps being down at that time?
I do not.
If you knew what the reason was, would there be the potential to put in any procedures that could minimize their downtime?
Well, certainly we don't want the pumps to be down. I don't know what the status is. I believe that Mr. Sullivan is going to be better equipped and has probably better historical knowledge about that than I do.
And then you mentioned that you had visited recently the location of the West Slope project and the tow drain termination area. Is that right?
Yesterday, yes.
And do you have an idea of how close Chiquita is to finalizing that project before being able to then proceed to creating the seal with the geomembrane?
When I was there, there's still some soil grade. The last heavy construction step, once all of the sumps and drains and perforated pipes are in place, the last step of that is to regrade with soil and get that slope built back to a uniform grade so they can place the geomembrane on top. From what I could see, they're just days away from having that completed. And so I expect the geomembrane could be placed, definitely this month and be completed on the west slope. And I think concurrently they're on a similar track for the west or for the north tow termination part of that. I would estimate that barring big weather issues, we should have much of that cap tied into the north and west tow within a month, by the end of this month, probably.
And you had mentioned there were no odors at the time of your visit. What sort of work was being performed in attempting to advance the completion of the project while you were on site?
No, I said there were no odors on the west slope. So there were odors on the north side.
Sorry, I should clarify. I'm speaking specifically to the west slope.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, the west slope. There were no odors because that area had been covered. It's been now covered. It's been excavated. The wet material has been taken out, the waste and the soil. It's been replaced and recovered with drainage rock and gravel and perforated pipes and geomembrane down inside there to tie that together, and now covered with soil. And so there were just no odors emanating from that west slope.
In addition to that, was there any work being done at the time? I know you just mentioned
soil
work
grading,
had been completed.
Soil grading. Yeah, they're placing soil in there. Dozers were working on the slope to get that graded and get that put back in place.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You already answered the question in regards to how far you are from finishing that particular project for the geomembrane. When was that begun? When was the geomembrane first installed?
I'd have to go back to that. I believe the geomembrane installation on the top, the actual capping part, started back early this spring. I think that was March, April. I don't know the actual timeline. I can look it up if you need to know. The West Tow project, that actually began, the excavation of that began August 8th. So the West Tow, that 1,200 lineal feet of removing the scrim and putting in the new drainage system and tying that in, that started August 8th. And that should be wrapped up within a matter of a few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any more questions, members of the board, Mr. Abalaka-Palan?
Yes, morning, Ms. Bolton. You said, so have they welded then the west toe to the line at the bottom of the landfill?
No, not yet, not yet. They're regrading the area along that west slope, about 1,200 lineal feet. They're regrading that with soil right now. And the next step will be to come in and expose the termination, kind of the edge of the base liner, expose that so they can get to that plastic, that polyethylene. And then they'll bring the cap down and weld to that. So that has not been welded yet, but that's imminent. That's going to happen in the next few days.
When they go through that process, would that be a potential for odors when they do that, or expose it?
No, because they're not going to be putting any capturing part of that. That is the way that liner comes up. It comes up the slope and then it lays over and goes through a little V ditch to anchor it in. That's called an anchor trench. They'll just be tying in right along the anchor trench. Yeah, they won't be exposing anything else. for
So
that.
the same thing with the north side when they,
Yes, north slope the same. There'll be some minor grading along the north slope to expose the edge of the, I guess, the anchor trench for the liner, and then weld into that. There'll be more or less grading in the back, but I don't think we'll be into any trash. I think that's just soil grading in the back to expose that edge of liner.
Ms. Morgan, can you bring up your chart, please? The first one, which has
Yes.
a couple of questions on that. So what she's bringing up, so the reaction has not abated. It's ongoing, looks like still very rigorously creating leachate.
I believe that's true. Yes, absolutely.
And nothing has been identified to slow that reaction.
I am not the ETLF expert on this project, but my understanding is that no, it's going to run its course. The key thing we can do is encapsulate it and contain the odors and control them by putting vacuum on it. But in terms of stopping the reaction, the reaction is going to stop when it runs its course. I don't know the timeline for that, but you're correct. It's ongoing, and we have not stopped the reaction. We're helping that by removing liquids out of the area and removing gas out of the air, because we're taking heat out of the system, especially the liquids. The liquids are much denser. They hold heat more. So as we extract liquids from the reaction area, we're helping to reduce heat there, which should slow that. But I am not the expert on that. But to my understanding, we're not seeing the reaction slow. We're not seeing it increase, but it's still doing what it was doing.
To your knowledge, is there any kind of heat exchanger utilized to reduce?
Just the water, just extracting the leachate. That's the best heat
leachate.
exchange system we have, is to pull that warm leachate out of the system.
So this chart shows the west toe slope has dramatically reduced, but the other side. So where are the other?
Mostly on the north side. Mostly on the
Okay.
north. We have once in a while, we'll see one pop up on the top of the west slope or in random locations. But again, keep in mind that the landfill is built in layers. And so the leachate that may be generated or liberated within that area, it might accumulate here and some might accumulate here and there. And we're pumping that down, but randomly we could have a leachate seep pop out over here or over there. But most of what you're seeing with the blue chart on this one, the blue line, August, September, October, those are mostly along the north slope. That we have an area there that continues to just have small seeps, and they're relatively small. They're a few gallons. Take a couple 5-gallon buckets of water and dump it on the soil. That's what they look like. They're not these huge gushers. They're just small seeps. But we have some problem areas along that north slope, and that's what we're hoping to solve once we put in that cap on there.
So the geomembrane has underneath the pipes have been installed to extract the gas.
Yeah, the gas and any liquid. So if there's any gas comes out, we have gas wells along the perimeter of all of that cap that we can now start to apply vacuum. As soon as we weld everything together, we can start to apply vacuum on that. But the perforated line and the drainage is primarily so that any leachate that comes out hits that French drain or that perforated pipe and goes to one of 5 collection sumps so we can get it out and not have it emerge as a seep.
So in the video, what we're seeing, it's not the pipelines. Are we seeing that the black lines or or that?
Let's go back to the video and see if we can take a look at that west slope project. So the black lines, the perforated lines, we aren't seeing those.
So what are those we are seeing, those black?
Yeah, those lines that you're seeing there now, those are headers and laterals for the gas collection system and for leachate extraction wells. So across that white geomembrane cap, there are many gas wells, and some of those are dual purpose wells. We pump leachate and gas out of the same well. And so those lines carry leachate out to the tank farm where we can get the leachate collected and hauled off. And some of those lines, most of them carry gas over to the flares so that we can get rid of the gas. And so it's a combination of things. And in fact, this is an August photo. Now, this is much more dramatic in terms of seeing the all-weather access roads that go all over this area. and additional piping that's been placed. So it's quite a network of piping for gas and leachate on top of the white. But down at the bottom left of this, where the scrim is, that black scrim where the excavator's parked, the two parallel perforated lines that are in there, those are covered up. We won't see those. Those are underground, surrounded by gravel. Those are basically subsurface drainage pipes for any leachate that might come out.
I thought I heard you say the extraction is until you finish the welding, you're still extracting gas, correct?
Oh, yes, they're extracting gas, and Mr. Sullivan can speak to that better than I, but they're extracting gas across the landfill. It's just right over near the edges, near the west toe and the north toe. We can't suck too hard there because we'll end up pulling oxygen through the gap where the liners aren't welded together yet.
So it's in that area you're restrained.
Yes, and that's our problem because that's where most of the odor, because now we have the reaction that's generating odors. We put a cap over it, and now the only place it can go is out the edge. So the edges, especially the north edge right now, lots of odor there. And so the sooner we can get that welded together, that should be happening by the end of next week. We'll be close to having that done. Then we can start ramping up the vacuum and start pulling that gas out. So we're making great headway in the process of stopping the odors from the reaction area, but we're just not done yet. This was a major step to get this far and to get that welded together over the next few weeks. But then there's the gas vacuum extraction step.
And to your knowledge, is that adequate capacity to handle all this extra gas?
That's a Mr. Sullivan question. I don't know. I mean, that is a very important question because if we suck it out, we got to do something with it. But yeah, Mr. Sullivan can speak to that better than I.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right.
No further questions.
Okay, we're going to call your next witness.
Yes. So next we'll have Mr. Sullivan. I'll be here. I'm Nirvana.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Sullivan. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. Patrick Sullivan, PATRICKSULLIVAN.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
And you've testified before this board as a member of the reaction committee during prior hearings on this stipulated order. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you just briefly remind the board of your area of expertise on the committee?
My expertise is in air quality compliance permitting, specifically for landfills as well as landfill gas.
And you executed a declaration in this case on August 9th. Is that correct?
Yes.
This declaration covers many aspects of Chiquita's landfill gas treatment and collection system and air monitoring, including Chiquita's permit applications, 2 AQMD expert reports, including a landfill gas generation report, a landfill gas DMS treatment study, and a flux chamber report, and monthly reports on the status of the landfill reaction and Chiquita's implementation of the stipulated order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. I'm not sure it makes sense.
That's correct.
So today I'm going to ask you about the status of Chiquita's permitting efforts, the reaction committee's expert reports that you and your team have prepared and submitted since the April hearing, air monitoring updates, and updates related to Chiquita's leachate collection and storage system. So let's start with a discussion of the many permits that you and your team have prepared and submitted to AQMD. Your declaration included a chart that listed more than 13 permit applications for Chiquita's landfill gas control system, landfill gas condensate and leachate collection storage system, and internal combustion engines. And that has been since the April hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in addition to these applications, since the August hearing, you and your team have prepared and submitted a permit application for Flare 5 and modifications for Flares 1 through 4. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as permit applications for modifications to the Zico thermal oxidizer, as well as a permit application for leachate tank cleaning operation. So we have many permit applications now into the district.
And have any of these permit applications been approved by South Coast AQMD to date?
Certainly some of the earlier ones have, such as Flare 3, which was approved and then subsequently installed. But of the more recent ones, it was talked about in August hearing, as well as the ones since the August hearing. No, those are in various stages of review with the district.
So let's move on to the expert reports that you and your team have prepared and submitted since the April hearing. Again, your declaration discusses 3 reports: the DMS treatment study, a flux chamber study report, and the landfill gas generation and control capacity report. I'm going to ask you some questions about 2 of these reports, starting with the flux chamber study that is required by condition 12I. You submitted a report on this study on June 3rd as required. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your report included several recommendations for remedial measures. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. During that study, we did see certainly excess emissions in certain areas of the landfill, particularly reaction area. And as part of that study, we decided we should make some recommendations of how, based on the study results, how they could improve and reduce those emissions.
Is it fair to say that Chiquita has taken many of these remedial measures?
Yes, so I can go through those measures, but we recommended that they finish the cover. You just heard from Mr. Bolton that the cover is down. We're still working on the slopes and to sealing those, but that cover is over multiple areas. And during the flux study, we tested cells that were already had their cover on them versus cells that didn't, and we saw a significant difference. So we certainly set that as clearly a measure that will improve emissions. We also indicated that we needed to expand and on the dewatering system. Prior to the testing, which actually occurred in March, is when the leachate at Chiquita tested hazardous, and that really resulted in their inability to move that leachate off site. So they stopped pumping most of the liquids that accumulated. We saw that impact. So in March, we still saw the impact of that accumulated liquid on our ability to pull gas. And so we said, we really need to, this is not just about gas collection, it's about liquids collection. So liquids, as Mr. Bolton testified, are the primary means to remove heat from the reaction, but they also, we need liquids out of the landfill to adequately pull gas out. And then we recommended additional, more frequent surface emissions monitoring, because we also tested cells with the flux chamber testing that had exceedances previously, and we're still in the state of exceedance. And then we tested cells that previously had exceedances but were mediated. And again, a very significant difference in flux. So through that study, we concluded that the more frequent the testing, the more frequent they find exceedances and fix them, we'll see a reduction in overall emissions. And so the landfill has done that as well. We also noted that the landfill was having flow limitations on the Zico thermal oxidizer that was reducing and limiting the amount of gas we could pull from the reaction area. So that was absolutely critical. They made modifications to that unit so that it's increased its capacity. We also asked them to expedite the permitting design and procurement of Flare 4, because Flare 4 is our next 1,000 CFM flare that we have online. And that permit application has been submitted to the district. And then, of course, we recommended additional flux testing. That March test showed significant emissions. We felt that we needed to do additional testing to show progress over time. And of course, the order that was issued after the August hearing mandated quarterly flux chamber testing. The next test is actually scheduled for next week. So we will get a chance to see via that data improvements that have been made since the March test.
Thank you. So let's move on to the last of the major reports that you've been involved with, the report on the landfill gas generation and flaring capacity, which is required by SOFA Condition 70. Did you participate in the preparation and submittal of this report?
Yes, I did.
And this was submitted by June 28th as required by Condition 70. Is that correct?
Correct.
You could pull up the slide, please. Could you please briefly provide a summary of your conclusions of this report?
So recall the previous version of the stipulated order that existed prior to that June 28th submittal date required us to prepare this report to look at the gas generation, the amount of incremental additional gas generation we felt was being created because of the reaction, because of the conditions that Mr. Bolton talked about, and that enhanced and increased accelerated gas production. But with the requirement to achieve a redundancy in at least the largest control device we have. So our largest device is a 6,000 CFM flare. So we're ordered to get to a point where we have a full redundancy to control the full amount of gas generation plus the 6,000 CFM of that additional redundant capacity. And so we did that analysis. You can see the results on the table. There's been one change, though, since the original report, and that is during the August hearing, the hearing board granted our ability to continue running flare number 1 even after flare 4 was put in place. Previously, that was not allowed because our flare 1 currently does not meet the district's requirements for emission levels because it's an older flare. But the order allowed us to continue to do that. And with that in place, being able to keep flare 1 with flare 4, we will, once flare 4 is installed, we will have the redundant capacity that's required starting in 2025, which is when we hope to install flare 4. Currently, no, we do not have the redundant capacity, as you can see in 2024. However, we do have enough capacity for what we believe is the total amount of gas being generated. So currently, we're controlling in the range of 13,000 to 13,500 CFM. We have 18,700 CFM of capacity. So we still have remaining capacity for additional gas, and we intend to collect more gas. We intend to continue to improve that amount of collection going forward. Our data compared to the numbers you see here, which is that 17,000 number of total generation in 2024, obviously, we're collecting between 13,000 and 13,500. That's about in the range of 75% collection. That's good for a typical landfill. Clearly, for this site with the reaction, we want to improve that. Our goal is to get to 85%. No landfill can collect all of the gas that's being emitted. And that's just not a feasible measure. Every landfill has emissions, but we do need to continue to improve that, and that is the intent. So 85% collection is our goal. So that's all the changes we continue to make will improve that ability.
And so does your report and these capacity calculations that you've just discussed and are on the slide include the Amoresco facility and the controlled capacity that it provided to Chiquita until around February of this year?
No, we've taken Amoresco and its capacity out of the analysis. As far as we're concerned, their facility is not going to come back. Certainly not until the reaction has got to a point where it's not affecting the gas quality that they need for their facility. So we have no expectations of them coming back online. And so we're not including any Amoresco capacity anymore in terms of our ability to control landfill gas.
So it's fair to say then that you currently have sufficient capacity and then you will have sufficient redundant capacity even without including Amoresco?
Correct. So current sufficient capacity for the generation with flare 4 will actually have that redundant capacity.
Thank you. So I'd now like to move on to a few questions that were asked by this board during the August hearing. Do you recall Mr. Abalago-Polan and Ms. Verdugo-Peralta asking about the landfill gas extraction system?
Yes.
And one of the questions was about, is the gas from the reaction area that is routed to the Zico thermal oxidizer or the flare system treated?
So All gas that goes to the flare station does go through the sulfur treatment system, remembering that that system really is only effective for hydrogen sulfide. It's not effective for dimethyl sulfide. It has limited effectiveness on methyl mercaptan, which are two other sulfur compounds that have increased with the reaction. The gas going to the Zico is a completely separate location. It's pulling gas exclusively from the reaction area. That gas is not going through that current treatment system. It's going directly to the thermal oxidizer.
And so would you say that the thermal oxidizer does a good job of destroying these sulfur compounds in the gas?
Absolutely. I mean, they're designed specifically for destruction of pollutants, and they use a supplemental fuel to help them do that. We did some testing and we shot greater than 99% control of the sulfur compounds in the gas, and that's all sulfur compounds. Although the H2S, the hydrogen sulfide, is treated well with the carbon, and the other chemicals aren't. When it comes to combustion, all of those sulfur compounds are converted to sulfur dioxide during combustion. So very effective, and it's very effective at the VOC control as well.
And do you recall Ms. Verdugo-Peralta asking about a number or a percentage that could explain how well Chiquita's extraction efforts are working?
I do, and I've alluded to it earlier, and I'll repeat it. In this chart tells some of that story. So as I said, we're collecting about 13,000 to 13,500. That's around 75% of the gas being currently generated from the landfill with the reaction, with a goal to increase that to at least 85%. So, and that has significantly increased over time. Early this year, in the early months of 2024, we're collecting on the average of about 9,000 CFM. So we have now increased by about almost a 50% increase in the amount of gas recovery since the first 3 months of the year compared to where we are at today. And again, with the goals of continuing to increase that number.
And we've heard a little bit about some of the significant improvements Chiquita has been making to the landfill gas collection system, including drilling additional wells, modifications made to the Zico thermal oxidizer. Would you say that all of these improvements have led to this significant increase in recovery efficiency?
Yeah, it's a collective effect of multiple things happening. So it's the better liquids removal that's occurring with the additional pumping that's now allows us to pull more gas. It's the additional wells, over 250 additional wells in September of 2023 have been installed. And remember, those are dual wells, so they do have the ability to pump liquids as well as pull gas. We expanded the piping network significantly, both with more piping, more redundant piping, and increasing the size of the piping so higher flows can move through them. The original system was clearly not designed for the flows that now exist because of the reaction, so we had to upgrade all of the piping. Upgraded the blower. When we installed Flare 3, we installed additional blower capacity, giving us ability to put more vacuum on the well field and pull more gas. The Zico Tox unit has its own blower as well to pull more gas. So it's all of those kind of additional changes. Even the cover allows us to pull harder on those areas in the areas that have been covered, because then you'll get less air intrusion when you apply that vacuum. The final components that Mr. Bolton was talking about, though, is sealing the edges of that cover will be actually very, very beneficial to our gas system, because we'll be able to even pull harder. We'll be able to pull on the collectors that have been installed under the cover system harder. And so not only will you have the sealing effect so that gas isn't escaping, we'll have the ability to pull harder with a vacuum, which will also improve collection. So that'll be another key improvement that's in process, but not quite where it needs to be. And we're continuing to install gas wells. And with Flare 4, we are completely redoing the blower system. So we're going to have additional blower capacity, additional redundant blower capacity, and more ability to move controls between the flares and adjust flows. And so I think that will be another future improvement that will come with Flare 4.
Moving on to some of the air monitoring requirements that Chiquita has implemented since the April hearing, is it your understanding that Chiquita retained a third-party CTEH to develop and install an automatic electronic notification system that can provide email notifications of exceedances of certain air monitoring thresholds in accordance with condition 34C, and that this system has been developed and put into operation by September 23rd as required?
Yes, that system was put in place. The idea was that not only could the community see if they went to the website that there may have been an exceedance of an REL, that they would get a notification if they signed up for it. That system has been set up. We made some recent changes to the procedure in consultation with the district because there were some false positives that went out where an exceedance alert went out, but upon review of the data, it was determined that that was either due to calibration or it was due to the equipment cycling on and off, which sometimes produces an invalid reading. The district wanted to make sure we sent out subsequent all clear notices to that, and the system needed to be changed to make sure we do that. So we now have a procedure in place to make sure if we do have any false positives that go out, that we will send out an all clear to the community.
And is it your understanding that Chiquita has also installed a total of 10 gas chromatographs or micro GCs at air monitoring stations around the landfill and in the community, capable of continuously monitoring certain volatile organic compounds, 2 that were in accordance with condition 36, and 8 in coordination with the EPA under Chiquita's unilateral administrative order?
Correct. So originally the district's order required us to put install micro GCs at 2 stations. Remember, we have 12 permanent monitoring stations, 7 in the community, 5 that are on site along the site perimeters. So the district selected 2 that were in the community, 1 in the Val Verde community, and then 1 up in the Housley Canyon area. And those have been in place since May, April timeframe. Subsequent to the EPA's unilateral order and the flux chamber study that occurred in March and was reported in June, the district required us to add additional chemicals to what the micro GCs can analyze, as well as install 8 additional micro GCs. So now we have micro GCs in 4 of the 5 on-site stations and 6 of the 7 off-site stations, monitoring for a series of VOCs, as well as dimethyl sulfide is also being monitored with the micro GCs. And that's in addition to the ongoing monitoring for hydrogen sulfide, which has been going on for a long period of time. And we also were required by the EPA's order to add methane monitoring at all the stations, SO2 monitoring at all the stations. So all 12 stations do have those, and we have just recently now updated the web page so you can view all of the new micro GC data, both for the on-site and off-site stations. So previously it was only the community stations and only the 2 that was ordered by the district, but now that we have all the units in place, you can now view all of that data on the website.
And just for clarification, this website is publicly available, is that correct?
Correct. So it's accessed through the Chiquita Canyon Landfill's webpage under the air monitoring, link. And then once you get there, you'll have a choice of picking on or off site. And then once you're there, you can choose between the micro GC data, or you can choose between the hydrogen sulfide and other data.
So finally, I'd like to switch gears again to talk about the landfill gas and leachate systems. Is it your understanding that Chiquita has completed the first 2 of the ongoing quarterly inspections and monitoring of its landfill gas and liquids piping system?
Correct. And maybe for a bit of history, recall that the district's order required so we're using the vacuum from the gas system to also apply that vacuum to the leachate system so that any vapors formed in the headspace of the leachate, so inside of a tank, or it would be pulled at vacuum and into the gas system, and therefore controlled at the gas system. And so the district required us to do inspections, to put flow meters, to do monitoring, and even some testing of those vapors to understand what was there, how much of it, and so those measures have been in place. We've done 2 of those quarterly inspections, but we also do daily inspections of that equipment because we have to be there for various monitoring and sampling and other events. So we're monitoring, looking at it daily, and we've actually seen some places where we've seen some distressed piping. We've been able to repair those before there was actually some sort of failures. So I think we feel pretty comfortable that system is pretty tight in terms of the vapors moving from the leachate system and getting into the gas system to be controlled by the flares.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I have no further questions.
All right, Council, I just wanted to make sure for the record, you got to do enough about yourself, because initially initially there was a different.
Yes, and at the beginning, I listed all 3 of our names, but for the record, our colleague Lee Burton.
And you've been here the whole way, so you're not new to the party. So
yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take probably what do you members say, 30-minute, 45-hour, what's here?
45.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we come back at a 1:45, and we will reconvene the hearing. At this time, we're off the record and on break. All right, Mr. Day, we're back on the record. Okay, to the petitioner and the respondent, we're down a board member. Just wanted to be clear that there's no objections or no concerns with respect to proceeding with 4 members present.
We have no objection.
No objection.
Okay, very well. So at this moment in time, I believe, Mr. Mansell, the floor is yours for cross-examination and questioning.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple brief questions. Did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. Bolton's testimony earlier today?
Yes,
And were you present when he spoke about the occurrence and number of seeps vis-a-vis the graph that was placed on the screen?
yes,
And do you recall the questions that I had asked regarding the increase in seeps for both September and October?
yes,
And do you recall Mr. Bolton's responses fell into 3 categories? Either 1, the causes were random, 2, do not know why they happened, or 3, some occasions where the pumps were down. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
So I'll ask you 2 questions about that. 1, for the cases where Mr. Bolton did not know why it had happened, do you have any insight into why those increases occurred in September and October?
No, I don't.
And regarding the occasions where some of the pumps were down, do you have any insight into what had caused the pumps to be down at those times?
No, not on specific times. I know why pumps go offline in general, but not on specific days or times when they may have gone on, what the causes were.
So maybe to zoom out a little more broadly, as opposed to very specific days, it seemed in general from the graph that there were increases in September and October. Are you aware of any occurrences at all in September or October generally when pumps were down concurrently with the appearance of these seeps?
No.
Is there anyone either from SCS or at Chiquita who would have better insight into what the cause of the increase in seeps was?
Most likely Chiquita, staff.
And would that be the same in terms of why some of the pumps were down?
Yes.
I do not have any additional questions for this witness.
Members of the board. Mr. Pittman.
We've got a lot of information. I just want to go over some of the dates in the order. Maybe you can help me to make sure that I understand where we are. If it's repetitive, I apologize. First, to both parties and the board, the request is for a mod hearing on February 12th and 13th. That week and the following week, I'll be in arbitration as arbitrator, so we'd have to do the first week in February or the last week in February, just when we get to that point. There was some, item 85 talks about the by November 15th, 2024, or upon commencement, whichever is later, of the tow drain termination project. So has that project already commenced, or do you expect to commence by the 15th?
I don't know. I'm not involved with that project.
Just to clarify, these questions to the parties or to the witness?
To the witness.
Okay.
Item 84 was submitting a report by no later than November 15th, 2024, evaluation on the findings of the installation of windbreaks, et cetera. Are you aware of that report or whether that has been done or is on track by November 15th?
That draft is currently in review. I have actually reviewed it myself. I'm not the preparer of it, but I have reviewed it, and so it's in process.
Okay. Let's see here. And then 81C, respondent shall by November 18 develop a system allowing members of the public to sign up for notifications for such outages or downtime via email. Is that done, or is that system on track to you?
Yes.
Good to hear. Uh, 76 by December 2nd, respondent shall install sampling ports and all such equipment and collect samples, et cetera, et cetera. That is on track for being accomplished by December 2nd of 2024.
Yes, most of that's done.
And under 70A, you might have touched on this, but just double check. Submitting by October 31st, applications for new construction of flare number 5 and modifications to 1, 2, and 4.
Yes, those are all submitted.
And I think finally, under looks like 66, A sub 4, about submitting by October 30th, 2024, findings and solutions to issues documented in the remote monitoring system analysis of condition 66. Do you know if that was done by October 30th?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Valakapalan.
Thank you. I didn't push the button yet, but that's okay.
You know, the reality is this, we're channeling, we're channeling. I want to make sure he's gonna work you over, my friend, Mr. Sullivan. He's gonna get you.
I have no question for Sullivan. I'm sorry. No, I do have.
That would be a surprise.
Yeah, that will be. I can't. Actually, new condition 88 talk about putting a permanent grid power. Are you familiar with that operation that's going on?
Yes. So right now the power situation is relative to the control system and the flares. So there's power issues related to the air monitoring stations, which I can talk about separately if you want. But in terms of the power for the control system to reduce downtime, we have heard from SoCal Edison. They'll be out not next week, but the following week to give us permanent line power. We're also going to retain the generators on site as backup, because as we've had recently, we did have the fire prevention shutdowns that SoCal Edison did and can do without notice, in fact. And so we're going to retain those generators as backup for those types of situations. And we will be submitting revised air permit applications to reflect that new status for those generators as backups to the direct power. So that would give us redundancy for when there's any time there's power outages that are from the utility provider.
And will that also plan for the fans, the big fans that you have, that have engines running those fans?
So
do you know?
The engines are on utility power.
Are they on utility power?
No, they're not. They're running on. So you're talking about electrifying the utility fans with direct power?
No, those fans are run by a generator, and they
right. That's what I mean.
So there no plans to convert that to run the fans from the utility power?
No.
Okay.
They need to be movable, right? They're
that's true. Okay. Yeah.
As the active phase moves, et cetera. So that just wouldn't be functional.
Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. That's right. Let me add you've been monitoring still the HUMS and the DMS readings continuously.
Right. All 12 stations monitor H2S, and then the 10 stations that have the micro GCs monitor DMS continuously.
What about before you flare? And are you still doing that?
Oh, yes. So in terms of sampling the raw gas, yes, we continue to sample that both in the raw form before it's treated, and then after it's treated by the treatment system at the flare station.
The flare station. So, and those readings have stayed consistently high. When you treat it, it reduces the H2S, but not the DMS, correct? Just maybe a small portion of I think you mentioned the flaring is very effective in converting to oxides of sulfur, but has your emissions of sulfur oxide increased as a result?
Absolutely. We report our excess SOx emissions and pay fees associated with those, and those clearly have increased because of the increases in the sulfur constituents in the gas. So, and now they have stabilized. We're not seeing continued increase of any of the constituents. So they've all stabilized at the current levels. So they're all in the, when I say all, also methyl mercaptan has increased as well. So in the 200 to 300 ppm range in the raw gas, the H2S can get treated under 20 ppm through treatment. The DMS really is not really affected by treatment. Methyl mercaptan's in the 100 to 150 range, but clearly elevated over it was prior to the reaction.
So the question I'm leading to, are there any accidents of the National Ambient Air Quality Center for sulfur?
Actually, no. We're monitoring SO2 at all the stations. We have not really seen an increase in SO2, so I'm not sure what's happening in the atmosphere.
Yeah, okay. I was looking at your data and it's showing, but you significantly increase your sulfur emissions from the.
Yeah, I think you need a meteorologist and some other specialist to see what's going on in the atmosphere that's changing that. But we're not seeing the increase at the air monitoring stations of SO2.
Maybe it's traveling further, affecting some. Okay, I won't go into that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you on treatment. In your declaration in August, you talked about some potential promising treatment with on the iron chelate and using potassium permanganate. How is that progressing? Is that a promising technology?
So the bench scale test, kind of proof of concept for the potassium permanganate from the vendor was Clean Harbors, was completed. Did show some promise, not significant removal, but there was some removal, but it wasn't as lasting as we have liked. We were planning some additional, bench scale testing. Unfortunately, the district permitting team has indicated that they did not agree with our position. Bench scale testing is exempt from permitting, so we could go out and try different technologies at a bench scale and not have to go permitting each time. Because remember, these are just proofs of concept. We're going to go out for a week, see if it works. If it does, then we may continue looking at it. But district staff disagreed and suggested that those would require to permit each time. Frankly, that's pretty non-functional for what we're trying to do, right? This is a very short-term test to go through the whole permitting process, get a permit to go try technology, go out and find out this doesn't work at all. And then, so we have not done any follow-up testing. I think the landfill's been focused on the liquids treatment because that's really the major issue in terms of focus on treatment technologies. So we haven't done anything beyond that initial potassium permanganate test. Previously, if you recall, we did test copper impregnated carbon that had very little effect, and we tested sodium hypochlorite. That worked, but for a very short window of time, literally within days, and then it would lose its effectiveness. So those are the only technologies that have been tested so far.
It did mention iron chelate, the tell on the trade name, but do you know?
We have not tested that.
Tested that. Okay. Did you discuss with the agency about a research permit so you could have some flexibility in trying different types, without having to?
We did, with the research permit, they were putting more requirements on because they felt that it needed, because you're doing it as research, you needed to have a whole research plan. And it was actually more extensive permitting for something that, again, we could have out there for a week and say, oh, this isn't working at all. So it's a lot of permitting burden for something that we just want to test in concept first. I agree, a follow-up pilot test, for example, we agree would need to get permitted and would do that. But just this proof of concept, that's
unfortunate. Let me follow up on then flight number 4. What's the status? Did the district give you a timeline when the permit will be issued for flight number 4?
They have not. So to get some comments back, which we responded to, they've said they're in. We keep a tracker of all our permit applications, and in there, the request of the district, we kind of ranked ones that are more important than others. I mean, we'd like to get them all, but we realize we've submitted 20 plus applications, and it's going to be difficult for them to keep up with that burden. And we prioritize that one the highest, and so they know that. But no, we haven't gotten a timetable on the permit. So
you don't know if it's gone to EPA or anything like that?
no, it definitely hasn't gone to EPA.
definitely,
So
okay.
we don't have a draft permit that's out for
Okay, to
comment.
look
It's
at,
still
okay.
in review.
It's all right. The last question, I think I was brought it last time, and I think it was brought up as, anyway, it was the treatment to the TO, the thermal oxidizer, there's no treatment. And so, you got straight, it's not reducing H2S, it's going straight through the TO. And I think what was the reason for not having treatment on that? At least some kind of carbon to at least reduce some sulfur, the H2S of it.
I think the reason that it wasn't hooked up to the existing treatment system is it was in a completely different place on the landfill.
Right.
And taking a completely separate flow of gas. So that's the reason that it wasn't hooked up to the existing treatment system. I don't think we.
What about a separate system just dedicated for that?
You certainly could do that.
Of course, you'll need to permit it. And
yes, the district does
you...
permit treatment systems as well as.
Yeah. All right.
Control systems.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, your next witness. You have two more remaining, correct?
Yes, we have two more.
Perfect.
So we'll have.
And so you say you think you need 30 minutes each?
I think it's probably closer to 45. We can try and keep it pretty tight.
Total or each?
Each.
Okay, fair enough. Is there any way to get it to 30 each? Is there any way to shave it down to 30 each? Just curious.
We'll do our best.
Very well.
Yeah, we'll expedite.
She has a plane to catch.
So, Dr. Sanchez-Soria, could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Pablo Sanchez-Soria, PABLO-SANCHEZSORIA.
And you took the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
And you've testified previously before this hearing board, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind them of what your role is?
I'm a senior toxicologist and director of health sciences at CTEH.
And you also serve on the reaction committee, is that correct?
Yes, I do. I'm a public health member of the reaction committee.
And so you're familiar with the order's requirements for the public health member, is that right?
Yes.
And there's a somewhat long description for the public health member. I believe it requires that that member apply California ambient air quality standards, California reference exposure levels, cancer potency factors, things of that nature in performing its analyses. Is that right?
Yes.
And there's a second portion for the public health member, which requires that when performing its analyses, it also assess odorants. Is that right?
Correct.
And so the order, specifically condition 12G Romanet 6, requires the preparation and submission of a health impacts report by August 1st, 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
And so for the members of the hearing board, Dr. Sanchez-Soria's report is marked within your materials as Exhibit KK. The other part of that report is Dr. Ployce's report, who we'll hear from a little bit later. His report is marked as JJ. The order also required that there be a summary provided, essentially an easy to understand format so that the public might be able to understand some of the concepts that we'll be talking about today. Did you and Dr. Ployce prepare such a report?
Yes, we did.
And for the hearing board, that's Exhibit II within your records. And so you and Dr. Ployce prepared the health impacts report together?
Yes.
Why the division of labor? Why two separate toxicology teams preparing one report?
Yeah, so the condition required two different types of assessments. One of the requests was that we evaluate health impacts by considering OEHA RELs, the health protective values established by OEHA, as well as cancer potency factors. So as a toxicologist, my focus was to take those into consideration to do a human health screening level assessment. And the second part of it was to evaluate the potential effects from exposure to odorants, and that's what Dr. Ployce evaluated.
And so we have a presentation up on the screen. Did you prepare that for today's testimony?
Yes.
And before we get too far into that, one of the requirements of the order was the public summary. I think we all somewhat anticipated that the concepts that are going to be included and were included within your report are complicated. There's a lot of really long words with a lot of really difficult definitions. And so what I'd like to do is a brief bit of table setting, just so folks listening here and at home kind of understand what you were doing in the health impacts report. But first and foremost, you're a toxicologist. What is a toxicologist? What does a toxicologist do?
Yeah, so toxicologists focus on evaluating whether exposures to chemicals or substances are likely to cause adverse health effects. So whether something is toxic or not depends on a couple of different factors. One is the intrinsic nature of that substance, how toxic something is, depends on that, as well as the dose that one receives from it. So when I look at my role here, really our focus was to understand which are the chemicals that we're looking at and what are the concentrations in the air to understand what the potential exposures to those chemicals are.
And your report references things like disease, cancer. Those sound kind of serious to me. The order requires that you assess all health impacts, which to me as a layperson sounds like that could be like a runny nose, for example. Were you only looking at very serious health impacts? Were you looking at all health impacts? What was kind of the scope of your evaluation?
Yeah, so when we're looking for adverse health effects, we're looking, especially when we're using things like the OEHA, RELs, and cancer potency factors, we're looking at the most sensitive health endpoints is what we call, as established in the scientific literature and used in the RELs. So we certainly look at some of the more serious adverse health effects, but we're also looking at whatever adverse health effect is documented in the scientific literature for any one chemical that we're looking at.
And so I might potentially oversimplify things here a little bit, but essentially you're looking at constituents that are monitored in the air to determine whether or not they are detected at safe or unsafe levels. Is that an accurate summation?
Yeah, that's right.
And so you also discuss in your report kind of the difference between acute and chronic health effects. What are the differences between those two terms?
So acute and chronic refers to the type of exposure, whether it's something as a short-term exposure versus a longer-term exposure, or an exposure that leads to longer-term adverse health effects. So a good way to think of it is something like exercise injuries. An acute injury might be something like a sprained ankle. It's something that's sharp, very noticeable, very quick. Whereas a chronic effect might be something like joint pain from poor running form that develops over a long period of time.
And so when you're looking for, those two different types of potential health effects, I think in your report, you also referenced health-based screening levels. How do those play into the analysis?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, as required by the condition, I looked at the OEHA RELs as screening levels that we use for assessing the concentrations in ambient air in comparison to those values. So those are health protective values that we use to analyze large data sets to understand if there's any exceedances and we need to evaluate further.
And so if it's below that level, does that mean it's generally considered to be safe?
That's correct.
And what about above that level? Is that then harmful?
No, not necessarily. Screening levels have what we call a margin of safety embedded in them. So if we have an exceedance of a screening level, that warrants further evaluation for us to better understand whether those exceedances rise to a level that would cause an anticipated adverse health effect.
And so that kind of covers non-cancer health effects. What about cancer health effects? What does that evaluation look like?
Yeah, so AWIHA has cancer potency factors that we can use. Basically, what we do is when we have ambient air concentrations of these chemicals, we can multiply those concentrations by the cancer potency factors to estimate a theoretical excess cancer risk.
Okay, well, let's go to your presentation and talk about how you went about preparing the report. And so I think on this slide, we have a fair amount of text, but it's generally describing the strategy. Can you walk the hearing board through the approach that you took in preparing the health impacts report?
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, we followed the stipulated order where it requests for specific approaches. So condition 12G6 delineates what are some of the chemicals of interest or how some of the chemicals should be identified. And it references hazardous air pollutants that are potentially emitted by the landfill, as well as detected in the community, as well as sulfur compounds and hydrogen sulfide. So we put together a what we call a sampling and analysis plan and a quality assurance project plan. And these are fairly robust documents that we put together ahead of the study that essentially provides a roadmap to anyone that's looking at these documents. And so our goal was to put these documents together, present them to South Coast AQMD and Los Angeles Department of Public Health to give them an idea on what our focus was going to be, what our objectives were going to be, how we were going to measure chemicals, the methodologies, essentially allotted those details. And then we received commentary from them, made some additional adjustments to our strategies and our plans, and then proceeded with incorporating those recommendations into our strategy.
And so in prior testimony before the hearing board, you described a 28-day air monitoring study. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you take data from that study to inform your analyses in the health impacts report?
Yeah, a large portion of the health impacts report considered the data that we collected during the 28-day study. We also looked at other data that has been collected and had been collected by other third parties like SES engineers, as well as Los Angeles Department of Public Health contractor.
Okay. And so this slide's titled Health Impact Evaluation Conclusions. Can you walk the board through some of the conclusions of your report after you took a look at that data and applied some of the frameworks that we've been discussing?
Yeah, so these bullet points are fairly straightforward. One of the main conclusions that we had from those extensive analyses of the data, as well as comparisons to other reports of other data that had been collected, was the concentrations of the chemicals that we found were not above these health protective values, the AWIHA RELs, or were not found at concentrations about what you would expect and just background in the environment across South Coast Air Basin or Los Angeles County. We found no toxicological adverse health effects were anticipated. However, we did find that the AWIHA acute REL for hydrogen sulfide was exceeded in about 1% of the samples that we collected. And so based on that, we made the conclusions that it is possible that individuals could experience headache and nausea secondary to odors, as the AWIHA REL for hydrogen sulfide is primarily based on perception of odors.
And did your report also include some recommendations coming out of your analysis?
Yes, it did. So as part of the assessment of those other data that had been collected, we noticed that in conducting a screening level assessment or a risk assessment with those data, one of the major limiting factors in being able to draw conclusions about potential chronic exposures is that detection limits from those data are not sensitive enough for us to be able to compare those concentrations to sometimes screening levels, to sometimes background levels. And so that impairs our ability to draw accurate conclusions. It's a situation where you have risk estimates that are potentially inflated or artificially elevated because of those detection limits. So our recommendation is that if those sampling strategies continue, that there needs to be a priority on evaluation of instrument sensitivity if those data are intended for health risk evaluations.
So basically more sensitive instruments to allow for better health risk evaluation moving forward.
Correct.
And did you have any recommendations for folks that may be experiencing exposure to odorants within the community?
Yeah, so Dr. Ployce's team and my team had joint recommendations on this related to essentially minimizing exposures where possible. So if odors are experienced outdoors, going indoors tends to reduce your exposure potential. If you are still experiencing odors indoors, there are things that can be done to reduce those exposures to odorous compounds, like using carbon filtration systems.
And so you mentioned exposure, and I think that's also part of your analysis, right? Is you're looking at a specific type of exposure for purposes of this health impacts report. What is the method of exposure that you were analyzing?
Yeah, so for this particular analysis, we focused on inhalation. Here's a diagram that sort of illustrates what we call exposure pathway analysis. So understanding what your exposure for chemical exposure is a good starting point. And so that has to do with understanding how you can come in contact with chemicals. And so as we evaluated the different exposure pathways, we identified that because these are volatile compounds that are present in the air, inhalation pathway is really the focus.
And so you did a lot of monitoring during the course of the 28-day study. We're looking at inhalation. So obviously we're kind of looking for air data. What were the constituents that you were evaluating within the scope of your report?
So again, the focus was defined by condition 12G6. So condition 12G6 basically requested that hazardous air pollutants, which is a very large group of, I think it's nearly 200 different volatile organic compounds, are considered to the extent that they are potentially being emitted by Chiquita. So some of the things that we looked at to make those assessments were data from the flux chamber studies that had been conducted, other source emissions data that were available to us, results from leachate sampling, understanding what's in the air on top of those leachate samples. So in essence, we try to look at every possible source or potential source of emission within the landfill to identify those chemicals, and then compare those to what has been detected in the community to identify what are those constituents of interest. And on this slide, we show which of those hazardous air pollutants, as well as sulfur compounds, are the ones that we focused on for our study.
And part of that study was to look at acute risks, as we somewhat discussed. What's an example of an acute health risk?
That could be something like experiencing some respiratory effects, like shortness of breath from exposure to chemical.
And so when you're evaluating for acute risks, those are all non-cancer risks, is that right?
Correct.
And I believe we discussed that the approach was to compare those against the health-based screening levels, things like the RELs, is that right?
Yes, we looked at the OEHA RELs, the acute RELs, where they were available. If we identified a chemical that did not have an acute REL, then we followed a methodology to use other acute exposure values that exist, that have been established by other health agencies across the country.
And did you find that any of the constituents of interest actually exceeded one of those health-based screening levels, whether the RELs or otherwise?
None of the data that we collected for the acute health risk evaluation showed exceedances of acute RELs or other short-term exposure values.
Well, what about for hydrogen sulfide? Did that ever exceed the acute REL?
Yeah, so the 24-hour samples that we collected, those typically, I would not consider comparisons to acute. Those are compared to chronic, but you bring up a good point. We did find 3 samples that were collected over a 24-hour period that exceeded the 1 hour, the acute REL for hydrogen sulfide.
And so once you noticed that exceedance of the acute REL, I believe that you had mentioned that that exceedance would warrant further investigation. What did your further investigation look like?
Yeah, we did several things. So the exceedances that we saw were on a single day that I mentioned earlier. It was about 1% of the samples that we collected on a single day. So we wanted to understand where those samples were collected and relative to the landfill and relative to wind direction. We also went and looked at what we call data validation packages. So we get into more of the technical analysis of the data to understand whether those are an artifact of like laboratory instrumentation or anything like that. And we did a few of those types of analyses to better understand, again, whether those detections were likely to represent concentrations in the community.
And so I think up on the slide here, we have a batch of data. And this is from the 28-day study, the PTR band data, correct?
Yes.
And is this part of the evaluation that you conducted? You know, I see hydrogen sulfide on the left-hand side here as a constituent of interest. What is the remainder of this showing us?
Yeah, so this map illustrates where the PTR van was driving around in the communities. The green and blue illustrate how we categorize the different communities near the landfill. And then there's also some grayish, brownish dots that simply illustrate additional data that was collected, but not necessarily the focus of the evaluation, because those were either background or just artifact of the instrument collecting data before it got to these communities. So we also looked at this data, which it's not really illustrated here, but we have about 150,000 measurements for each of these chemicals listed on this table. And we looked at the highest concentration, the highest 1 hour average concentration. And then we compared that highest 1 hour average concentration against these acute RELs. And so part of that assessment was to understand, do these data indicate that there's elevation in hydrogen sulfide to sort of help validate some of the other detections that we had seen in the 24-hour samples.
And so if we read hydrogen sulfide left to right, you know, in the columns, we have the acute health-based screening level, looks like 30 here. That's the OEHA REL. And then we have Castaic Junction, Valverde, not specified. That's kind of those other locations.
Yes.
And so those are basically the averages. But I see up at the top, like HQ, which I've read your report enough times now to know that that means hazard quotient. But for the folks sitting at home, what are we looking at when we're looking at a hazard quotient? What does that mean?
Yeah, so the hazard quotient tells us it's a comparison of the concentration to a health protective screening value, like an REL, an acute REL. So if we are above the REL, you would expect that number to be greater than 1. If it's below the REL, then you would expect that number to be a number less than 1. And that helps us understand whether there's additional evaluation warranted or not.
And so this didn't rule out hydrogen sulfide from your analysis, though, did it? I mean, you continued to look at the potential impacts of hydrogen sulfide within your report, correct?
Correct. So even though these data did not indicate that hydrogen sulfide was elevated for the sake of completeness and transparency, we still carried on that assessment of those samples to understand. So what we did is what we call a margin of exposure analysis. So we wanted to understand, do those samples that exceeded the REL rise to a level of concern where we anticipate adverse health effects?
And what did your margin of exposure analysis find?
So the margin of exposure analysis, we did a few different assessments. We looked at both short-term and longer-term for those 24-hour samples. And then we also did a comparison to the OEHA REL. The comparison to the studies that show adverse health effects in humans and animal models did not show an exceedance of those values. And so those conclusions would indicate that there's no anticipated adverse health effects. However, a comparison to the OEHA REL did show that those samples had exceedances. And that's why we drew the conclusion that headaches and nausea could be possible.
So let's move away from acute impacts and talk about long-term impacts. Those were also evaluated in your report.
Yes.
And so what did you conclude about potential chronic health effects? What was the conclusion of your analysis there?
So again, because of that, there was a single hydrogen sulfide detection at AS09 that essentially skewed the average. The way that we calculate these is all of the data that was collected at each of these locations is averaged. And so when we look at the average concentrations relative to the chronic RELs, we found that AS09 had an exceedance. It was a greater than 1 number. We also see AS01 and AS03 that are above 1, but when we dive deeper into those and we understand how those hazard indices are calculated, and we do a more in-depth evaluation, what we call target organ specific hazard index, we basically see that those concerns go away because you break it down by specific target organs, and at that point you would be below a hazard index of 1.
So let's unpack that a little bit because that was pretty complicated. So for the chronic analysis, that's a cumulative analysis as I understand it, correct?
Correct.
And so that basically means you're looking at the potential impacts of everything that you're detecting. Is that generally accurate?
Yeah, the first step is to just make the assumption that everything adds up together, even though that might not be the case. But it helps us understand just in the first level of assessment, does anything rise to a level greater than 1?
And then once you've found something that's greater than 1, is that when you would kind of look and see which constituents are potentially combining to act on target organs? Are they kind of looking at and impacting potentially other organs? Is that essentially the analysis?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We look at, for example, here, it's hydrogen sulfide, the main driver. We also had benzene drive some of the risk here. But when we look at the fact that hydrogen sulfide and benzene work on or have effects on different organ systems, and we break those up, then we find that you don't have an exceedance on target organ specific analysis.
And so your report also analyzed cancer. And just to do another bit of table setting, what's kind of the average risk of any human in the United States developing cancer over their lifetime?
So lifetime cancer risk is about 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 chance of developing cancer over our lifetimes.
And so using that as kind of our baseline, so to speak, and correct me if I'm misusing that term, but what type of comparison are you doing when you are assessing cancer? I think your report used the term excess cancer risk. Is that the evaluation?
Yes.
And so what does that mean?
So when we look at the concentrations of carcinogens in the air, we estimate an incremental risk. We estimate if someone were to be exposed to this chemical or these chemicals combined over 30 years. So we make the assumption that people will be exposed for this amount of time. And we say, if they're exposed to these chemicals at these concentrations for the next 30 years, what is the theoretical excess cancer risk on top of the background cancer risk?
And so what data did you use when you were conducting your cancer risk evaluation?
So we looked at our 24-hour samples that were collected across the community, compared against the MATES-5 study, for example.
And then what chemicals were you focused on for purposes of that study?
So benzene and ethylbenzene were 2 of the constituents of interest that OEHA considers, or that OEHA has cancer potency factors for. So those are the ones that we focused on.
And what was your overall conclusion about potential cancer risk?
So when we looked at the excess cancer risk, we found a couple of things. One, as you can see on these graphs, the concentrations of these chemicals were comparable to what you find across not just Burbank, but across every one of the locations where the MATES-5 study has been conducted. And so it's comparable to background. We also found that the magnitude, the amount of estimated excess cancer risk does not exceed what's considered an acceptable cancer risk level by AQMD and OEHA and the United States EPA.
And so you use the term acceptable. I think it'd be hard for most folks to hear that there's something that's considered an acceptable level of cancer risk, but those are developed by health agencies, air quality agencies, folks that are in those fields.
Correct. And I have another slide that kind of illustrates there's a range of what agencies consider an acceptable range, and that is 1 in 10,000 to 1 in a million.
And so if we were to speak in terms of percentages, based upon the data that you evaluated, no significant increase in cancer risk, how's that move the needle based upon the data you evaluated? What is the increase that we actually see?
So there's really a few different ways of thinking about cancer risk estimates. I think the simplest way to convey the relative magnitude of these estimates compared to your lifetime chance is, if 1 in 3 is 33% chance of developing cancer over your lifetime, the accumulation or the increase in cancer risk would be you would have about 33.004% chance. So it's a very minute, it's not really a significant amount of excess cancer risk over your background cancer risk.
Okay. And so you weren't able to testify at our prior hearing in August, but there were some questions that were asked that I think you might be able to answer. Some of our witnesses at that time weren't able to answer them, specifically with respect to your health impacts report. And I think the question was raised that, AQMD has a specific rule on conducting health risks assessments. It's Rule 1402. Your analysis doesn't use Rule 1402. Can you explain that difference a little bit?
There's a lot of similarities between what we did and Rule 1402. I think Rule 1402 is used differently. So Rule 1402 looks at establishing there's an establishment of target hazard indices and cancer risks that are considered sort of the starting point. And the way that Rule 1402 works is generally what you have is a defined target hazard index and cancer risk, and then you work backwards from that, making certain assumptions of exposure to try to come up with limits on emissions for facilities. So that's kind of what we call backwards risk assessment, and the work that we did here is forward risk assessment. So it's the same principles and a lot of the very same exercise and same assumptions, but used differently.
And so essentially 1402 is starting with a level of risk, working back to calculate emissions. You're starting with emissions and then trying to calculate risk. Would that be a fair way to say it?
Yeah, we start with concentration in the air and then work forwards from there. And a proportion of what's in the air might be emissions from Chiquita.
And so there's also a question at the last hearing about, I believe your report uses some health risk analyses developed under EPA's Superfund program. Could you explain the use of those frameworks a little bit?
Yeah, so we followed air toxics hotspots guidance where it exists. In my report, I referenced the Superfund. So that's the risk assessment guidance for Superfund sites, or RAGs. And RAGs is kind of a very foundational set of documents from EPA that sort of establish a lot of the principles of risk assessment that are used across the country. So where air toxics hotspots does not have a defined process for example, incorporating ambient air concentrations into the analysis, we use those guidance to calculate an exposure concentration, which was then utilized to calculate according to air toxics hotspots.
So essentially it was a gap filling exercise where air toxics hotspots didn't have a methodology, then fill with the Superfund program methodology.
Correct.
And so were you in the room earlier today when we heard testimony from the public about use of the chronic RELs on some of the monitoring data that's published. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And your report did evaluate chronic exposures, just to be clear about that part, correct?
Yes.
And so do you see any difficulty with adding to the, at least data that's published? I believe it's on 2 websites, Chiquita's website, it's one of the response websites, an indication of what the chronic REL is for the constituents that are being monitored. I mean, how would that work?
So the reason why the current data is compared against those acute values is because those data that are coming out are 1 hour measurements. And so it's the appropriate comparison there is, I think it was referenced as an apples to apples comparison, is 1 hour measurements compared against 1 hour exposure value, or I'm sorry, to health protective values that assume 1 hour of exposure. So that's a valid comparison. When we take a 1 hour measurement and try to compare it against a chronic value that assumes long-term exposure, it's not really a valid comparison, and it can kind of, exceeding a chronic value over a 1 hour period does not necessarily mean much. You really need to look at it in the proper time averaging. So to draw conclusions about an exceedance, you need to be looking at the right type of data. So that's probably why that has not been done, because it would be a little bit misleading.
Yeah, but health professionals nonetheless are continuing to evaluate the data around Chiquita. I believe you, is it on a quarterly basis, are evaluating the air monitoring data? And then in the scope of that, are you looking at potential chronic effects?
Yes, I am making comparisons of those data collected by SES on a quarterly basis, and I supplement SES engineers' report to the Los Angeles Department of Public Health with an evaluation of that as well.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez-Soria.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Mansell.
I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Mansell. Mr. Pittman.
So a couple of questions. One is, we've heard anecdotal evidence and residents who've actually spoken about continuing odor nuisances and health effects on them. To what extent were any resident interviews or anecdotal evidence a factor in your investigation, analysis, and report?
So part of the area, so the chemicals identified were driven primarily by what the condition dictated in terms of constituents of interest. The locations where we measured these constituents were driven by information we had about number of complaints or particular areas of the community where they were reporting odors. So we did try to have sampling locations at those locations where there were increased reports of odor complaints. Does that answer your question?
Well, that's what you did with the information. That's the answer. So that's your complete answer. Okay. In the, I guess, conclusion section of your summary, states some odors that can trigger short-term physiological responses in residents around CCL if residents are exposed to sufficient concentrations for sufficient periods of time. And then it goes on to say residents who might experience physiological responses should see the physiological responses subside once exposure to the CCL and odorant stop. So my question is, at least there's some residents who say that they are exposed based upon their sensations of the odors to sufficient concentrations continuously for long periods of time. So is there any science that suggests if you're exposed for long periods of time to continuous sufficient concentrations, that those are still transient responses which will subside when you away and are no longer exposed? There's science that supports that conclusion or not?
I'm sorry, what? That support the conclusion that
the conclusion I just described, that's implied by your material here, that if you're continuously exposed to sufficient concentrations for a long period of time, is it still the case that once you move away, the physiological response will subside, or is there science that suggests that a long exposure might mean that later moving away won't reduce those physiological responses?
So that would be chemical specific. When we look at hydrogen sulfide specifically, which is the chemical that we identified in the 1% of those samples, there is no evidence to indicate that a longer term exposure would lead to some sort of permanent damage at these concentrations that we found, or some sort of, essentially what we see is that these symptoms are driven by the exposures that are ongoing. Once those exposures are eliminated, there is no like delayed onset symptoms or anything like that at these concentrations.
And that conclusion, that was just as to hydrogen sulfide, or all the items that you detected or looked at?
I think what we looked at and the conclusions that we made were based on the data that we had collected. So primarily for my analysis, it would be hydrogen sulfide, and I'll let Dr. Ployce supplement that if he has any additional analyses of other chemicals.
And so that conclusion, based on my like sort of hypothetical, is based upon just studies that have been done before that shows that, or were you able to demonstrate that, for example, by again, anecdotes of how people reacted who had lived in the area and then moved away, or temporarily moved away and reported subsiding responses?
Yeah, so it's based on a few assumptions. It's first based on the assumption that the symptoms are being caused by exposures at those concentrations, right? Because the symptoms can also be caused by other factors that must be considered. If these concentrations are driving those symptoms, then what the science shows is that these concentrations of hydrogen sulfide would not lead to ongoing symptoms once exposures subside.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Dr. Kaplan?
Yes, Mr. Soria, Dr. Soria. You mentioned you used the OEA guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
Can you show me in your report where you did use that for determining the cancer risk in your report?
Yes, so one of the things that we did.
I'm sorry, can you refer me to a page? Do you have your report or page where that?
Sure. So page 28 and 29 have the calculation of excess cancer risk.
This is, just to be clear, which report, the one that is done, help him submitted on August 1st, right, 2024?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, page 28, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And the table, I'm looking page, said the table 8 summary or? Exposure assessment.
Yeah, so if you look at the bottom, if you have the report at the bottom of
the bottom, page, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Apologies.
Thank you, the 28. Okay, so the excess cancer.
Yeah, and so to expand on your question, where we did this consistent with OEHA guidelines. So I believe you're familiar with the risk assessment process. You've indicated that. So the risk assessment process is generally composed of 4 sections, right? Hazard identification, exposure assessment, toxicity assessment, and then the risk calculation. This section right here describes the risk calculation part, which is the second part of the sort of the math component. The first part of it is the exposure assessment. So when you combine the equations from the exposure assessment component and the risk characterization component, we can arrive at a larger equation. When we compare that equation to the equations that we have described here, the algebra is identical. It's illustrated differently because of the different terminology used in air toxics hotspots versus the RAGS document.
Right.
But and I've prepared a slide that I can go into more detail to show you, but the algebra between those is identical, so that the math is the same.
No, the difficulty I'm having with what you're saying is and let's take, you have the air monitoring data, concentration. You also mentioned concentration in the air, you multiply by the unit risk factor, you get a risk value, correct?
Yes.
So I'm asking is, you have some concentration in the air for benzene, tetrachloride, and several others. If you had, do you multiply that with the unit risk factor to get a cancer risk?
Yes, for benzene and ethyl benzene, not carbon tetrachloride.
Okay. Can you show me where the number or what the risk is?
So that would be on page 35. Table 13.
Table 13, okay. Excess cancer risk. So it's, so the first one at AS1, 1.5, 10 to the power minus 5. So that's 15 in a million, correct?
Correct.
Right. And wherever it is, e to the power of 5, it's, you multiply by 10 to get the in a million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, so 15 in a million and so forth. So, and ethyl benzene, let's take another one that it's low. So when you multiply concentration in the air with the risk, 15 in a million. And so when you mentioned, what is the matrix you're using, or what, let me back up a little bit. In South Coast or here in the state of California, it's OER's guidance is what the agency uses, right?
Yes.
For risk assessment,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
for risk assessment.
Yes.
And also, I think Rule 1402 was mentioned, but 1402 is actually the rule that drives risk calculation is Rule 1401, correct?
1401 and 1402 both look at cancer risk, but 1402 is a little more analogous to what we did, but in the opposite direction. 1401, you'll have to maybe ask me a little more specifics, just because it's not on the top of my head.
Okay, all right. So let's take 1402, which let me back up a little bit. When you look at the MATE study, right, they do monitoring in the ambient air, they got values. How they come up with those risk numbers, to your knowledge, how they came up with those risk numbers that is published in MATE's report?
So they take I believe they take the average concentration. It might be an annual average. I don't recall exactly, but they take an average concentration for each of these locations and then multiply by an inhalation unit risk to arrive at that risk estimate.
Correct. Okay. So that's what the same thing when you do for hazard index. If in chronic, you take the ambient concentration, the air divided by the, and then you see it's greater or less than 1, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, but did you use OER here? Because you use the Superfund.
Yeah. So I think you bring up a good question. We reference in this document, I reference
right.
So that previous page, I referenced RAGS, the Superfund reference that you're citing. And that is because the earlier in the exposure assessment part, we filled that gap that is not defined from air toxics hotspots with that EPA, those EPA equations. And so we carried over that process, but essentially the math comes out to be identical. And so I referenced RAGS in this document to be consistent with the terminology that we're illustrating in the equation, but I made sure that the process and the methodology is identical. So, and again, it's a little into the weeds, but I can show, I prepared a slide that shows the algebra between the air toxics hotspots and these equations that I illustrate in my report to confirm that.
See, because right below table 13, and then when you do the comparison, you're doing it with US EPA matrix for basically risk. Now, shouldn't you be using 1402 risk level, which is 10 in a million, 25 in a million for action level significance, 100 in a million?
So thank you for showing that. So Rule 1402 has an action level for cancer of 25 in a million.
Right.
And we, even at the highest concentration, we did not even trigger that. So if we were to take Rule 1402 action levels for risk reduction requirements, the highest average concentration here would not even trigger that. The hazard index component of it is a hazard index of 3. Again, when we look at the hazard index estimates for risk reduction, we would not reach those levels either.
Okay. The reason I took the values, and I think it's stable, one of those tables, concentration in the air based on the monitoring data multiplied by the unit risk factor, got for approximately 45 in a million for both benzene and carbon tetrachloride. And I think the report reflects that because it says those two were the main drivers of the risk. Is that correct? In your report, actually? No, maybe not the same numbers, but the quantification, you know, the quantification of the risk drivers being benzene and carbon tetrachloride was reflected in the report.
So you keep referencing carbon tetrachloride. So I just want to be clear, carbon tetrachloride was identified by the Los Angeles Department of Public Health contractor when they did their analysis, but so what they found was that benzene and carbon tetrachloride were what was driving the cancer risk, but they also concluded that carbon tetrachloride was unlikely to be related to Chiquita based on certain patterns they found. Our analysis did not have carbon tetrachloride as a constituent of interest, but we did look at carbon tetrachloride separately because of those previous analyses. And we found a similar pattern where we actually found an inverse relationship where carbon tetrachloride was higher further away from the landfill than closer. So I have not done a cumulative assessment with carbon tetrachloride because of that. Our focus was benzene and ethyl benzene.
Okay, just using benzene itself, it was about 26 in a million.
What we have is 15 in a million at ASO1, which was the highest.
Okay, this is,
I'm not sure where you calculated.
It's referenced in the table ASOC-503780-002. You know, had to find that where I pulled it. Anyway, so I see it's right below table 2. You're referring to not a 1402 type helpless numbers. I mean, the agency uses actual notification 10 in a million, not 100 million. 100 is considered, actual level is 25.
Correct.
And just in benzene, as you mentioned, is 15 in a million, basically, right?
So 15 in a million was cumulatively both benzene and ethyl benzene.
Ethyl benzene, okay.
At AS1.
Okay, at AS1. So that's above the notification level in Rule 1402, which is 10 in a million.
I am not sure. I think there's a voluntary notification.
No, well, let's not. So there is a notification. If you're above, the district has informed you and you do if the risk is below. If we are talking about 1402, the action level is above 25.
Do you have a question about Capello?
Yeah. So the question I have is, it just that the report seem to be mixing up. Different. You refer to Superfund RAGs methodology, and then you do, it's not clear you've used ER. I'm not sure that table. It would have been a lot clearer if you'd shown that the step where you use the RE or the unit risk factor, the concentration air, and then got the number,
I think that's a fair point. And I think you're right. In hindsight, it would have been much clearer to highlight that the math itself is not different. The methodology itself is not different, but we referenced RAGs, and I think that's what's creating a little bit of confusion. But the math itself is not different than what air toxic hotspots would require. I don't know if that gives you any clarity, but like I said, I think you had a slide illustrated to sort of show the math.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention. Can you just?
I'll pull it up.
So on the left-hand side, the top left is the equations that are on my report, the equations of both the exposure concentration, or EC, and the sort of the equation for cancer risk. And so when we break those down and estimate the cancer risk, it's a long equation, but then after you kind of solve for all these variables, on the right-hand side, what we have is air toxic hotspots equations. And so once you solve for all these variables across, you end up with risk estimates that are virtually identical in terms of the math.
Okay. Okay, I have to, the issue I'm going back to mates.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they follow this? Which methodology do they follow?
So I believe mates followed. So they followed air toxic hotspots, but they also take into consideration so they did both modeling, and then they did the data collection. The average concentrations that they had, those were used to estimate a cancer risk by multiplying those concentrations by the cancer potency factor, the inhalation unit risk. So it would be consistent with this analysis.
Okay. See, the one you're showing on the right side, which I'm quite familiar with, the breathing rate and the ASF and so forth. That's in the 1401 guidance document. How to calculate risk, and because you have those tables you can use and and look at the variation from the children versus adults and so forth. But on a broader, when you're doing a regional type thing, you're not looking at an individual. Well, you're still looking at individual risk. So my question, and the difficulty I have with what you've provided in this report, is a mix that I'm not sure whether you're using. My first question is, why are you using the Superfund? We don't use that. I'm not going to say it's outdated, but it was 1989, whenever it first came out, and they made revision. Why aren't you using or referring just straight to OER and
Yeah, again, I think when we look at the different parts of the risk assessment, the hazard identification was essentially dictated by the condition 12G6. The exposure assessment, which is that EC equal exposure average times all those parameters. Air toxic hotspots does not have guidance, does not have criteria to calculate that from an ambient air sample like what we collected. That is calculated through modeling, right? Air toxic hotspots has modeling software that calculates an EC, and so that is where we supplemented with Superfund guidance to calculate an exposure concentrations. Once we had that exposure concentration, everything else through the risk assessment process is consistent with air toxic hotspots.
So you're saying the modeling, so there are two things you brought up: modeling to get the concentration there. Normally, modeling is done because you don't have the ability to monitor and get the concentration in the air. Here, and so you model the release based on certain parameters to get the concentration in the air.
Yes.
But you have instruments that are getting the concentration in the air.
Correct.
So you don't have to do modeling. Basically, you got the actual concentration in the air. I mean, averages differ, right? But you have that concentration in the air. So the concentration in the air, you multiply by whatever the.
We want to get to a question, sir.
Isn't that a proper methodology to do that, though? Is my question.
Yes, and just I want to kind of take a step back and highlight that these data, when we had all the raw data from all the samples we collected, over 600 different samples, we shared that with OEHA, and their toxicologists took an identical approach at estimating this because they had the raw data from the air concentrations. So we have shared this data with in the public health assessment unit. We've shared that with AQMD, we've shared that with OEHA, and they independently looked at our data. They looked at the data collected by SCS. They looked at the data collected by LA Department of Health contractors and had a very similar analysis to what we are presenting here. So it is not necessarily a unique thing that we did here. It's just how we estimated the risk based on available data instead of modeled data.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next witness.
We'll call Dr. Ployce. That's correct.
Thank you very kindly.
So Dr. Ployce, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Richard Ployce. Richard, R-I-C-H-A-R-D. Ployce is P-L-E-U-S as in Sam.
And you took the oath this morning, correct?
Yes, I did.
And could you please reacquaint the board with your area of expertise?
Yes, I have a number of experiences, educational experiences that have informed all of the work that I do. I have a master's in public health. I have a PhD in toxicology and with the emphasis on psychopharmacology, which is the behavioral effects of therapeutic agents. And I have a postdoc in neuropharmacology.
And so did you hear Dr. Sanchez-Soria's testimony just now?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the type of health risk evaluation that he was just discussing?
I am.
And have you conducted such assessments previously?
Yes, I've myself plus my group has probably conducted over 800 or more different risk assessments in the past 25 years.
But you prepared an odor impacts assessment, correct?
Yes.
And that's not the same as a health risk assessment. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's not.
And so what was the purpose of your assessment specifically related to odors?
The purpose of my assessment was to take a look at odor impact. And some of the questions that were raised by the community are the potential health effects of odors. So we've already, with Dr. Sanchez-Soria, we've already looked at the toxicological effect. My work was on what we call the physiologic effects of chemicals on the body.
And so your report addressed these physiological effects. Are those essentially our responses to odorants?
Well, I've focused mostly on, I've focused exclusively on how odor or chemicals that are odorants affect the olfactory system, which is the sense of smell. It also has impact on some of the other sensors in the face and the head. And these are receptors that are potentially at the right concentration can be stimulated by the chemicals. What they do is they produce a physiologic response. And I want to emphasize the difference between physiology and toxicology. With physiology, it would be a normal reaction to a chemical. It would be a normal reaction to a particular environmental piece of information. I can go into more detail on that, but that's a simple way to say it.
And so can you kind of walk us through what we're looking at on this particular slide? I think we've discussed previously a similar slide or maybe this exact same identical slide, but just reacquaint the folks that are maybe listening in as well as the hearing board. You know, when we're talking about physiological responses and particularly with response to odorants, does this slide kind of show us what's all in play with respect to those types of reactions?
Yes, this particular slide has basically is talking about olfactory anatomy. So we're really talking about the neurological system that's being stimulated here. But if we take in this particular slide the rose, and we all have a sense of what a rose smells like. And when we smell anything, but in this case, the rose, you can see those little balls that are in different colors. One's yellow, one's blue, one's red. Those are illustration of the chemical molecules that are being released from the flower. And then as the person inhales, those molecules will enter into the nasal cavity. They will find their way back to what's called the olfactory epithelium. And now if you go to the lower right position on the slide, you see an area that has been enlarged to look at the microanatomy of this. On the very bottom of that, you can see the molecules that were coming from the flour, you can see a layer of mucus, which we all have mucus in our nasal cavity. It's just a fluid. And then you can see what happens is those little molecules will actually go through the fluid, and then like a lock and key mechanism, they will find an olfactory receptor cell. The molecule will bind to that cell. And when it does, it causes the cell to physiologically start sending a signal. That signal will then, and I'll go through, I won't go through all the detail here, but goes all the way up to the olfactory tract. And so what we've done is we've started a normal physiologic reaction. And I've been using the illustration of a flower, but any other source of odor would be doing exactly the same thing. Once it gets to the olfactory tract, it goes, as you can see in the picture back above, goes right into the limbic system of the brain, which has specific sites in there. There's the thalamus, there's a hippocampus, there's an amygdala, and those, basically, those centers of the brain in everybody kind of sends information to different parts of the brain. So one of the things that it could be is you smell something, it doesn't smell, it smells foul, you would react to that smell via that process. Another thing you could be doing is it sends it back to a memory section of the brain. And so you might say, oh, that smells like cut grass. And I remember when I was cutting grass, that was a great pleasurable thing. But I remember that if I happen to be walking by another lawn that has been freshly cut. So what happens in the brain here is a lot of processing of information that's all started back with those little chemicals that are being released from the flower.
And so that's what we're talking about insofar as physiological responses are concerned. It's kind of this unlearned, or I guess potentially learned, you tell me, but essentially our response to those molecules, regardless of what else might be going on in our bodies.
Yes, if we get into kind of the psychological, mental aspects of this, as I just was mentioning, if you have a memory, that memory could get stimulated by a particular odor. There are cultural differences. For example, I think the last time I spoke here, we mentioned this fruit in Southeast Asia called durian. And I think one of the panel members likes it a lot. I know that I don't like it so much, but it has an odor that is the same chemical, whether I smell it or a board member smells it, but I have a different reaction to it than he does. And I think that's the difference between an individual. You can take the same chemical, but have a different reaction to that particular chemical. That's an example.
And so perhaps to illustrate a little more, I believe the last time we were here, we also talked about the onion, right? The obvious example, you're cutting an onion, your eyes might start to tear up, but that's a physiological response, correct? It's not that you're being poisoned or you might be getting sick, but it's just how your body is reacting to that particular exposure.
That's exactly right. And I put a blue arrow by the chemical that actually does most of the response by the person. I want to add one other component here. I've been talking about the sense of smell, but I mentioned there's some other possible reactions. And in the mouth, similar to what we were just seeing with the first, is that you also have sensory receptors such as irritation receptors and pain receptors. There's some other ones besides that, but I'll focus on those two. And what happens, similar to the same point of a chemical binding to an olfactory cell, is if the chemical binds to that receptor, it turns that receptor on, the signal goes back to the brain, same part of the area, and the person will say, oh, I feel irritation, or I feel pressure. As another particular receptor. Those are also stimulated directly, and those are physiologic responses. With the onion, as the example, those are being stimulated as well. So what happens is, as I mentioned in the last time I was here, I like to cook. I cut onions when I'm cooking, and I have to get back, stand back in order to let those tears and let that irritation reside. And then I go back and I finish cutting. And so that's a good example of a physiologic effect, not a toxic effect. I'm not being poisoned by cutting an onion.
And so physiological responses are what you're evaluating. Mm-hmm. I believe last time you were here, you also described that you initially started with a review of the data to determine what potential gaps there might be, what analysis you might need to do. And I believe what your team had determined was that you needed to go out and do some of your own sampling. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And so why was that?
Well, we did review a lot of data, and I think you've heard testimony in previous hearings, and I've listened to that. You've just heard Dr. Sanchez-Soria's evaluation from a toxicological perspective. So when you collect certain types of data, there's certain procedures in order to do that. Just like when we're looking for odor samples and odor information, we need to make sure that we're capturing the right kind of data. So while we reviewed all of that other information, and it was helpful, I mean, it gave us an idea of which chemicals should we be looking for when we do test, which chemicals are we looking for that do have an odor threshold that is low. In other words, it's a concentration that doesn't take much in order for that physiologic reaction to occur. So we found that we needed to do that. And so we needed to collect our own data, which we did. We lowered the analytical detection limit. In other words, we went to specific facilities, that is specific laboratories that could drop the concentration levels, the detection of concentration low enough so that it could help us with our interpretation. We took grab samples that was mentioned earlier in order to capture as quickly as possible the odor that we were smelling at the time. The other thing that we did is in order to obtain good chemical information, we used an objective measure of the odor strength. And this is the infamous nasal ranger that we can talk about if you want.
And the nasal ranger is what you use to get that objective evaluation of the data.
That's correct.
And that's only for odor strength, correct?
Only for odor strength, yes.
And so you go out, your team does some sampling. Was that roughly a week back in June, I believe?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was during the day. I believe your team went back out and did some sampling at night. Can you explain why that occurred?
Yeah, when we were out in June, some of the residents came up to us, which we always like to talk with people and see if we can find out information. We talked to them, and one of them said, well, you guys aren't taking it at night. And we asked, well, why would that be? And they said, well, we detect odors at night. And I said, okay, let's do it. So we ended up taking odors. I know this sounds exciting, but all night on several different days in order to capture what we could capture.
And was that data from your night sampling efforts included within your odor impacts assessment report?
No, it wasn't, because we were taking samples up to August 1st. And since August 1st was the due date for our report, we were still sampling that night before, and all of the samples that we had collected still needed to go to the laboratories in order to be analyzed. And so that took approximately a week to 2 weeks later.
But you're prepared today to discuss the results of that study, correct?
Yes, I am.
And so let's talk a little bit about kind of the study setting for where you're conducting these evaluations. So you've got this slide that you prepared, and it looks like a map around Chiquita with some colorful images around it. You know, are those, looks like an OS00 and then a number. Are those essentially the sampling locations that your team had used?
Yeah, the numbers are the sampling locations that we used, and the little images next to them, I think, highlight maybe a particular area that people might respond to a little bit better than a number. And so what we see here are the Valverde area. We see the LA Fire Training Facility to the west of the Chiquita landfill. We have an outside the local area of the Valverde area with a chicken there, and the chicken represents a farm out at that location. We have schools, Hillcrest, for example. We have Hosley Hills area. We have the industrial zones closer to Chiquita. Those are just some examples of locations.
And so when you're going out and conducting the sampling, as we discussed a moment ago, the first thing you're looking for is odor strength. And I think you described that you use the nasal ranger in order to do that. Is the image that we're seeing on the screen here kind of showing that portion of the analysis?
Yes, and let me break that down a little bit more. So you see out of the team that's out there, you see two people with the nasal ranger. It's that thing up to their nose. You see another person in the far position, and that person has a sampling device. You see to the left of this image, you can see a scale. It's called the odor strength scale. And you can see numbers like 60 D/T all the way down to less than 2 D/T. And what that scale is basically telling you is you use the nasal ranger here, you operate the nasal ranger, and then through the analysis of that, we come up with a dilution, that's the D, over threshold, that's the T. And it gives us an objective measure of the odor strength. So why would that be important? Because people have been saying that the strength of the odor is really strong. But in order to do that in an objective way, we need to be able to do that in a reproducible and a replicate kind of fashion. And so that's why we use the nasal ranger.
And so what about this number 7 D/T? I see that's highlighted on this slide. Why is that of significance?
Yeah, the 7 D/T is, you can tell it's a distinct odor. That's what we use for the terminology here. And what was important about the distinct odor, in exclusion of weak, very weak, or not perceptible, is that the odor was strong enough that we would feel comfortable taking an air sample in order to identify the chemicals at the concentrations at 7 D/T or higher at that point. If we went below that, we found a lot of background information that wasn't particularly helpful. So what we wanted to do was to capture if there was a significant odor and it was distinct, that's the word I'm using for significant here, then we would capture a sample and use that sample as a part of our analysis.
And so you mentioned the sampling. So you go out with the nasal ranger, you find an odor that's 7 D/T or more. And then is this the air sampling methods that your team had employed, what we're seeing on the screen here?
Yes, you see two different types of sampling devices. The sampling devices are capturing air. So the first is a Tedlar bag. The other one is a Suma canister, a mini canister. The point is you open up the sample port and you collect the sample as quickly as possible. That's the word grab sample. And when we do that, what we're doing is we're capturing within, maximum maybe a minute, usually with like a canister less than that, and just in terms of seconds, we've captured the sample. And the importance of that is in order for us to get our best data during the highest concentration that we can during that period of time. We take those samples, we send them to the specialized labs that I mentioned to you before, and I mean specialized in the sense that they're very, very good at detecting very, very low concentrations of chemicals. They take it into their laboratory, they hook it onto an analytical machine, which is the diagram to the right. That machine basically processes the chemicals in the air. So if you think about the little molecules from the rose going into the nose, we're capturing those little molecules inside those canisters. And what the machine does is it produces a report, and that's what we see in the top right-hand side. It produces information that we then take and use in our odor assessment.
And so you get laboratory results based upon these samples. What are those laboratory results telling you? Is that chemical concentrations? What's the information that you're being provided?
It tells us two things. One, what the chemical is, and number two, what the concentration is.
And then what are you using that data for in your evaluation?
Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one is we want to identify when someone smells an odor, what is the chemical? That's an important piece. Number two is on a concentration level, it gives us an understanding of our people. Does the science say that if you smell it at that concentration, you would get an odor? The short answer is absolutely correct. And that's what our data would show. So that's from that perspective. Another piece of information that we look for is the irritation threshold. I was mentioning earlier about the receptors that could cause irritation, physiologically speaking, not toxicologically, but physiologically speaking. And we were able to then ask the question, do any of those compounds that we did measure meet the irritation threshold?
And did you find any exceedances of the irritation threshold within your work?
We did not. For the samples that we took, we did not.
And so I don't think that odor strength and actual analytical evaluation is all you did. I think your report also mentions that you evaluated odor character. Is that correct?
Yes. Another part of this, now this becomes more subjective, but the way that we're trying to reduce potential bias is using methods. And I'm going to say, I may have said this before, but I want to be clear about it, is our samplers are trained. They're trained in the use of the instrument. There's a specific training program. Part of that is also training on odor character. And then there's another one called hedonics, which I can talk about if necessary. But on odor character, what we do is we use this wheel. This is a standard wheel of information. And you can see that there are major categories, offensive, for example, and then you can go down and you can pick which part of offensive chemical or offensive odor that you're smelling. Or you could go and say, well, that's a chemical smell. And then you could go down that list and find out what chemical it is. And so you're being guided as a researcher towards a specific approach that we use over and over again as we're taking our samples.
And so what kind of odors, at least on the character side of things, did your team detect during the course of the sampling events?
Well, we captured quite a few. On the offensive side, we did smell landfill gas. We did smell chemical under the chemical category, but we also had fruity. We also had floral. Depends on where we were at the time and what the situation was at the time.
And so you mentioned a couple of questions ago, hedonic tone. Just briefly, what is that portion of the analysis?
Yeah, hedonic tone, I think the simplest way to say it is, I'll go back to durian, for example. If you like the smell, then it's a positive hedonic tone to that particular person. If you don't particularly like the smell of durian, it would be a negative sense to that person. And so we can take a look at different chemicals. If you would think of a skunk, for example, I think most people don't like how skunks smell, but who knows, there might be someone out there that does. If you smell perfume, some people really like it and some people don't. So what we're saying with the hedonic tone, it becomes much more individualized and more subjective. And while we could essentially do some of that, we don't put much weight on it. We'd rather do the odor character, and clearly we need to do the odor strength.
And so let's go to the results of your analysis. You took all these samples and you kind of briefly described your evaluation. On this slide, it looks like we're seeing a depiction between, or at least a comparison between the daytime samples and the nighttime samples. And are there any trends between the two, differences in the strength of odor, I believe is what this slide is showing between day and night?
Yeah, I think there's some general characterizations for both of those. Let me try to summarize at least some of them. Number one, the blue is not perceptible. So one of the things that we see during the daytime is there's a lot more blue in the little pie graphs than there are green or yellow. So that's a piece of information to understand. And we can look at nighttime and we can see, depending on where the location is, you can see a little less blue, let's say in the Valverde area. But if you go all the way up to the school at Hillcrest, you'd see it pretty much all blue. So one of the things that I think is influencing the odor strength is obviously daytime, the meteorological conditions are different than at nighttime. When we were out sampling at night, the winds were very calm. I don't think, at least when I was out there to check on everything, I would say, it was no more than 1.5 miles per hour. So very light winds, unless there was some kind of major air front coming through, for example. Another thing that we would see, now this is odor strength. And it's important when you look at this, this is not an indication of landfill. This is odor strength, whatever the odor is. It's agnostic to what the source is. So I want to make sure that that's clear. So where the chicken is a farm, and it has a larger yellow portion to it. But when we looked at the odor character of it, it was more related to a farm. And you can see it's farther away from the facility. Now, that said, if we looked at the LA fire training location, which is in the lower left-hand corner, day and night, at night, you see a lot more strength of odors. And if you take a look, one of the things that we realized was if you, from the location that we were at, if you look directly to Chiquita landfill, we could actually see the synthetic dome, the geodome on top of the landfill. So we were pretty much at the eye level of that, you know, roughly speaking from an altitude perspective. Plus, it was a straight line, so there are potential odors coming down through that little canyon could make sense. We also saw more yellow at night in an industrial area as well. So those are some of the trends that just to start this conversation.
And I think, as you were just noting, you know, the thrust of your analysis wasn't to actually differentiate based upon odor character, but to look at odors generally. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you're out there and your team's doing your sampling. You're seeing some 7D over Ts. You're collecting some information based upon that using either Tedlar bags, the mini can samples. What were the general types of odorants you were detecting in your sampling once you got those results back from the lab?
The general chemicals is what you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah. So we would categorize them into three basic categories. One is sulfur compounds. Another one is a classification of mercaptans. And a third one was more background samples of volatile organic compounds, to be loose with that, but we only looked at those that had odor thresholds that would be low.
And so, for instance, you mentioned sulfurs. Did you see things like hydrogen sulfide?
Yes, we saw hydrogen sulfide.
And so I think we also discussed that you had compared that against its irritation threshold.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
But it never exceeded its irritation threshold?
That's correct.
So I think we have a slide on that. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so let me walk you through this slide because I think it's a bar graph, and I want to make sure. So on the bottom are a bunch of little numbers there, and those numbers identify the locations of the sampling sites. So that is consistent with what the slide before that was, except without the little pictures. What you see there in the bar graph is at those locations, those are the levels of hydrogen sulfide that we actually measured at a minimum of 7 detections over threshold. It's important to note there's a little white line above the bar graph, and that, if you look on the left-hand side, you'll see that the scale is interrupted there. It jumps from below 1 to 4. And the reason is that in order to put this on a page so that we can all see it, we took that part out. So in other words, there's nothing in that little white space there. But what it tells you is if you go to the top of it, you can see the irritation threshold, and we've put the reference for it, ATSDR in 2016, at 5 parts per million. If you go all the way to the bottom of this, you can see the lowest odor detection threshold that's been measured. You can see it's 0.0047 parts per million. That's a very low level. And you can see that in many instances, the concentration of hydrogen sulfide at the places we measured it are clearly above the odor detection threshold. So we go back to the image of the little molecules going into the nose. Those molecules, whatever they are going into the nose, and in particular with hydrogen sulfide, they're being picked up and they are telling the person that, yeah, we can smell this. And recall what I said with the lowest odor detection threshold, this is the most sensitive endpoint. The average is, I think, about 0.3 parts per million for the average person. So we're taking a more conservative approach to that.
And so is this sort of graph representative of all the chemicals that you were able to capture during your air sampling? do all of them have irritation thresholds? Did you compare all of them against irritation thresholds if they had them?
Well, we use the scientific literature to come up with the irritation threshold, and not all chemicals have a known irritation threshold. So what we did is we looked in the literature, we found the irritation threshold if there was one, and then we compared the chemicals that were detected during our sampling to that irritation threshold if there was one, but some did not have them.
And so nothing exceeded its irritation threshold if it had one. Does that mean that people can't experience irritation from these particular odorants?
No, it doesn't mean that from that standpoint at all. They can.
And so, for example, is there kind of uncertainty in the data you collected? Is it possible that some of these constituents could be out there in higher concentrations, but you just didn't collect them? What's the reason for that conclusion?
Well, I think there could be a number of conclusions here, but one of them could be that we didn't, in our sampling events, we didn't capture ones that were actually high enough to reach the irritation threshold. That's a possibility. Even though we were there for 20, we did the sampling for 24 hours, we might have missed something. That's a possibility. I think another thing that you can take away is that there is also kind of the psychological component to it. There's the idea that things that smell bad are causing potential toxicity, and we can answer that. Those are a couple of examples that I would give you.
And so I think you had mentioned this with the farm example, but there were multiple sources of odorants as there are anywhere you go, right? I think this slide is kind of showing us that breakup with respect to the constituents you were able to detect. Could you walk us through this a little bit?
Yeah, I'm partial to Venn diagrams, so here we have one. And the idea of the Venn diagram is to take a look at the community of sulfurs, or the community of mercaptans, or the community of other, in this case, VOCs. And on our planet, we have a lot of things that release chemicals in the air. A lot of them have odors of some sort, pleasant or unpleasant. And so in the types of samples that we were taking for sulfurs and mercaptans, agricultural farming is a good source. There's also chemicals that are released from grass fires or forest fires. There is the natural decay of organisms that can produce mercaptans and sulfurs, as an example. If we look at other types of sources, vehicles, this is a pretty high density of traffic. There's industrial sources as well that can provide information, chemicals. And there's also the household situations. We noticed, and we attempted to manage this as best as possible, but when we are going through streets, we're noticing other potential sources of odors as we're looking at the neighborhood, seeing what's unique about a neighborhood. Those are kinds of things that we looked at as well.
And so is it possible when you have multiple odor sources that they will either mask or amplify one another? I mean, how do odors interact in that way?
Well, I think if you have a sulfur, let me just use like hydrogen sulfide, for example, then it's coming from a decaying material. So hydrogen sulfide's been measured at the facility. So that's clearly a question and the concern that we've been addressing here. But they can also be released by these other natural sources. And so if there is a source next to and being contributed to the landfill, then it's going to raise it. Now, the question is what's the contribution? I don't have an answer to that.
And so I want to move to the next slide. And I believe you've been present at a handful of our prior hearings, and you've had the opportunity to hear the testimony of the public who have, identified potential responses or reactions to exposure to odorants. A few of them are listed on the slide here.
Yeah.
But when we're evaluating these, were any of these possible physiological responses to exposure to the odorants that you were detecting?
Yes. Eye watering. I recall hearing, I've heard nasal or respiratory irritation, headaches, people feeling nauseous at times, lightheadedness. These are just maybe heard more of these than other ones, just to be clear about that. And again, that happens to be the odors of these chemicals are not pleasant. Hydrogen sulfide, for example, and there is an association with that. And so I think these have a physiologic response. They go to the brain interprets it, and the brain reacts to that particular information that goes into it.
And so at the conclusion of your analysis, did you find that the community may be having physiological responses to the odors?
Yes.
And so your sampling, however, found that the majority of things were below their irritation thresholds. How would it be possible for folks to still be having physiological responses, even if we're below that particular threshold?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. And so what I can answer is, again, back to the first diagram where you have chemicals being released. Those chemicals in this case are the ones that we've measured, the mercaptans, the sulfur compounds. They are not a pleasant, they don't have a hedonic tone for most people that are pleasant. And those individuals are aware of the source of that. And so I think that information is something that people will recognize. I think also it's clear that there is enough to cause a physiologic response. So we do know that for sure. The other component to this is it's a little bit of an important part, and that is the reaction to a particular compound is really different from individuals. I already gave you an example earlier of durian. I can tell you another example of winter mint green. Here in the United States, we like that. We chew gums for some people that like that. We like the smell of that. But if you take that same molecule and you put it in the United Kingdom, they find it disgusting. Why? Because historically, when you were a child, you were given medication that had that taste to it. Also, they use it in toilet bowl cleaners. And so the reaction to the same chemical can be really different depending on the individual. And so I think that's a part of this as well.
Your report included some recommendations for individuals who might be exposed to odorants from Chiquita. And did you hear Dr. Sanchez-Soria's testimony? I think these were kind of joint recommendations coming out of both of your reports.
Yes, they are joint recommendations. And I think what's really important here is our odors are transient. And if we go back to the slide where I showed the blue is something where we're not detecting anything of perception. And if you see the blue dominates at least the samples that we took. So they're not occurring 24/7, they're occurring episodically. And certainly some of them are D over T 7 and higher at times. Rare, but it does happen. So what we're saying is these things are transient. The next item, I think, so you're going to get a physiologic response. Your body's going to react to it. That's a normal thing. Unless for some reason your olfactory nerve was cut or you had a disease that damaged it, that's a different story. But in this case, most people are going to pick this up. It's going to be part of their normal everyday life. Clearly, using the onion, try to limit your exposure to it. Close windows, doors when they're present, stay indoors when they're present, move yourself away from a particular source. This is not a long-term health effect. It's not a health effect at all. This is normal physiologic effect. When you get away from it, it resolves itself.
Thank you, Dr. Boyce. I have no further questions.
Mr. Mansell.
Yes, a few questions. You may have done this during your direct, but just as a refresher, could you explain what is an irritation threshold? What you mean by that terminology?
Yeah. So I mentioned this maybe briefly, but there are nerves that innervate the nasal cavity and the oral cavity in your mouth and in your nose. And in those, there's receptors at the end of those that have specialized receptors. They are pain receptors, irritation receptors. There's a temperature receptor and a pressure receptor. And when those are normal anatomical structures, and when those receptors are stimulated, in this case by a chemical, particularly the irritation and the pain receptors, if those get stimulated, they send a nerve impulse to the brain.
Okay, so for example, in the summary for your report where you discuss acrolein as an example compound, and you say the irritation threshold is 0.03 or 30 ppb, does that mean that someone will not experience any physiological effects below 30 ppb? No irritation below that level?
No, I'm not saying that. They're going to smell it. They're going to smell acrolein. The detection is what it is on the numbers that you just mentioned. And so they will smell, they will pick up the odor. And depending on the individual's reaction to it, they may react to it.
So were you present when Mr. Dutz testified earlier today?
Yes.
And did you hear his testimonies that related to acrolein and the acute RELs for acrolein?
Yes.
And do you recall when he had mentioned that the acute REL for acrolein from a WEHA is 1.1 ppb?
Yes.
And do you recall that he mentioned some of the physiological effects that a WEHA indicates are experienced at that threshold? That being specifically respiratory irritation and eye irritation?
Yes, I remember him saying that.
But so you're saying that for the threshold you selected, which is 30 ppb, someone would smell it under that amount, but they wouldn't experience any eye or irritation.
So the 30 is a level that's been picked up by science, and what we've done in those particular, what scientists have done there is they've taken a group of people and then they've measured the exposure to acrolein relative to an irritation. And also acrolein at that time was measured as a very slight eye irritation. It was an annoyance as the level at which that was detected. So that was 30 parts per billion. The REL for OHIA is 1 part per billion. First of all, it's not, you can't measure what OHIA does to this work that we're doing. It's kind of apples and oranges from that perspective. What I am also saying is that could someone smell and have some slight irritation at 29 parts per billion? Sure. Could it maybe happen at 20 parts per billion for an individual? Possibly, yes.
So I guess my question then is for the 30 ppb, where are you obtaining that irritation threshold from?
There are different studies. So OHIA used a study by Darley, 1960 paper, where they found a 60 part per billion as their lowest level. It tested to humans at that point, and then they divided that number by 6 to come up with 1 part per billion. So as maybe mentioned earlier, and I'm going to repeat myself here, that 1 part per billion is not an action level that's happening from a physiologic perspective per se. That is, it's trying to produce or prevent health effects for which it would clearly do that. And remember, this is a physiologic effect that I'm talking about, not a toxicological effect. So we just have to be careful about how we compare those.
So just to clarify then, I understand you see it as an apples and oranges comparison, but to the extent that at 1.1 ppb, OHIA says that the effects are eye irritation.
Objection, that misstates what the REL says. Where do we have evidence that that is what happens at that exposure?
Yeah, objection is sustained.
But so to your point, you're saying that at 30 ppb or less, someone could experience eye irritation or they could not?
So the average was 30 parts per billion. And when you have an average number over an experiment, there's going to be some variability with that number. But that's what the result showed. And so I'm saying because there's potential human variability, someone at 28 parts per billion could have slight irritation of the eye. Some at 20 might, but that population is very, very small.
And then similarly, when we were examining the chart that included the individual pie charts with various colors to indicate the D over T recognition, when it had said 7 D over T or stronger, what was the maximum that you had observed?
So some of the samplings that we saw, and I'll give you a perfect example, is the LA fire station to the west of the facility. 5% of the time we took samples, we saw D over T greater than 7. And 85 or that percent is below that. Of those that were above, there were 2 very strong odor detection thresholds met.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Members of the board? Any questions? Mr. Balakapalan.
Since you brought up durian, and I'll bring up, however, if I bring a durian in this room here, many of you will be violently sick or get headaches, nausea. Would you? So, and there are prohibitions, rules in countries, Singapore, Malaysia, that you cannot bring it into because in the hotel or in the elevator, because it prevents the ventilation system, and people get deadly sick. So there is a physical reaction there to the odor, which is while I may like it and have no problem with it, but there are certain rules and regulations that say don't bring durian into the building. So the same way, there are some of these toxic pollutants, I mean hydrogen sulfide, for instance, that they shouldn't be certain amount that they should be breathing inside in their homes. The conclusion was close your windows. What was the other few things? Keep windows and doors shut. Makes perfect sense here. And if stay indoors when strong odors are present, and remove oneself from the area. I mean, what? So let's say if I bring a durian in, everybody rush out.
So I'm not exactly sure of your question. If you want to talk about durian, I can say a few things.
I just brought durian up, but what I'm trying, the actions they put here is almost saying, I could put a 4th bullet saying, don't breathe. It almost seems to draw that conclusion. Hey, just suck it up, stay indoors, close everything out. It's going to go away. Or you just take yourself out, go to a hotel or someplace, go to the beach or something. Is that what you're trying to tell the community?
No, that's not my message. It's a message in terms of how to minimize exposures. But my message, I think, is this. People are concerned that the odors are causing health effects, adverse health effects. Certainly, Dr. Sanchez-Soria did what's typically done, globally accepted in terms of how to do a risk assessment. So that part's answered. But another part of that is what's happening below a toxic effect, and that's what I'm answering. Is there some other information that we are not seeing from any of the toxicological work that could help explain what's happening? And the answer is yes. The odors are at levels that cause the olfactory system to be stimulated. I'm not a remediation person, anything like that. I'm here to answer that question. And the answer is it's not causing a health effect. The odors are not causing a health effect, but they're causing a physiologic effect.
But isn't that still, if you're nauseous or you're vomiting due to physiological reaction, is that acceptable for somebody to be experiencing that?
I'm not here to answer that particular question. I'm here to say, could it happen? I'm saying, yes, it could.
1,500 complaints average a month coming from the residents. They're experiencing something that is affecting them. They're calling in, they're getting notices of violation. All we are saying, and the conclusion is close your doors, close your windows, stay in or get out when orders are present. Where do they go?
Well, I'm not, that's not my area of expertise here. So maybe others can answer that better.
Which is what you're putting down there.
That's right. I'm putting that down from the potential exposure to these compounds for those people that are reacting to it. That is correct. Those are science-based answers to the question of being exposed to those compounds. Other questions of what to do about it is a different question, and that's not a science.
And I think, Dr. Soria, the risk calculation, I mean, we have to depend on a methodology, right? Which is in here is the OHIA methodology, correct? I mean, I know you don't do risk. You do risk assessment.
I do risk assessment, yeah.
So we use OHIA, at least here in the South Coast, which is use a reference exposure level or use the cancer potency or the risk factor.
Yes.
And you come up with the metric, more than one, less than one, and so forth. And then you take action based on that.
Yes.
And then we say if the hazard index is more than one, it is not healthy. You know, it shouldn't get a health index more than one. That's the standard that is put, you know, or it. Right.
Well, partially. If you got a health hazard quotient greater than one and you're using these screening values. So screening values are values that have much more added protection to those values, meaning they're not a bright line. If you exceed it, that wouldn't be a good public health policy, would it? I mean, from the standpoint, if you exceeded 1 part per billion and you got sick at 2 parts per billion, that would not be protective of the public health. So what we do as toxicologists is we make sure that there's enough safety into that. Now, if the screening assessment shows something greater than 1, then what we do as toxicologists is we do a much more rigorous and much more focused risk assessment in order to determine whether it's truly over 1 or not. It's an indication that we should look closer. That's the way we interpret and toxicologists worldwide do that. Now, if it was 100 instead of 1, we'll be really focused on taking a closer look at it. If it's 2 over 1, we'll still look at it.
The agency draws a bright line. 1 in a million, unless you have feedback, then you can go up to 10 in a million before they issue the permit.
Yeah.
And I think I cited the number which Dr. Soria said he didn't know. I can read 1402. The notification level is over 10 in a million. That's the bright line the agency say. If your facility risk is over 10 in a million, it's considered a notification level that you have to notify the residents in the area. The cumulative impact from just ethyl benzene and just benzene was about 15, you know, the range is about that. You know, so and we're not looking at some of the other ones that could be, you know, will add up cumulatively. So there is a exposure for the community that exceeds some of the, could potentially exceed the action level, definitely exceeds the notification level, you know, from the ASO1, at least on one side, you know. So the community is experiencing this. You know, we cannot downplay it. They're complaining 1,500, you know, calls a month for the overwhelming the agency. So,
do you have
and I know.
You have a question, Mr. Butler?
Yeah. So what? So the report here, it's sort of, and your presentation, it's great, but it's sort of down. I feel you're downplaying it somewhat. You know, and and that's my concern in the report. You know. I think all the efforts that are going on, it's great, you know, to mitigate it, you know, but don't downplay.
Do we have a question of the gentleman?
No, I think I have no questions.
Are there any additional questions? All right, down to closing arguments. Mr. Menzel?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear the parties today, take comments from the members of the public, and to hear the status both from the district staff and Chiquita's staff about what is being observed to be going on at the site. In terms of the proposed and stipulated modifications, the executive officer has continued at each and every appearance before this board to request the imposition of all appropriate measures that are necessary to abate the conditions at the landfill that have impacts on air quality. In addition to the substantial number of conditions that were requested at the prior appearance in August and which were imposed by this board at that time, the executive officer has continued in the meantime until today's hearing to listen to the complaints coming from the community and to observe the evolving conditions in and around the landfill. In response to that, the various divisions of the district, including monitoring, compliance, and engineering, have come up with conditions that we have been able to stipulate to with opposing counsel. And we are therefore requesting that this board impose 15 new or modified conditions that address a range of things that have been observed at the landfill and ensure that there is a continuity of operations at the landfill that minimize the risk of spills, the risk of downtime of the flares, that ensure that there is an ability to deal with the conditions that appear at the site. And so for that reason, we're asking for you to impose the 15 conditions that we have brought for you today and to set a modification hearing. I guess we will discuss whether it should be the first week of February, but I believe it would be the district's preference to have one as early as possible so that we can again get a status on what was imposed in August and what will be imposed today and make any necessary modifications at that time to ensure that this continues to receive the attention it needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Morgan.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ali, members of the hearing board. We appreciate your time and dedication to this issue, both at the multiple hearings we held in August and today here at this continued hearing in November. We appreciate your attention to the detail, your review of the immense amount of data and expert reports that have been provided to you all, and your attention and concern for the public through their complaints and their testimony. As you've heard today and through the testimony back in August from the reaction committee, conditions at the site are continuing to improve. You heard about improvements in leachate seeps. You heard about the completion of the near completion of the geosynthetic cover and the completion of the excavation portion of the western slope tow drain installation. Chiquita acknowledges that there is more to do, and Chiquita agrees with the South Coast AQMD that the additional modifications and proposed conditions that are stipulated to today will continue in the right direction. So we ask that the board here today find that there's good cause to adopt those proposals.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Members of the hearing deliberation. Mr. Perriman.
I can find good cause to grant the stipulated modification exception that we'd change new 93 to have the modification status hearing in the first week of February.
Why don't we look at the 19th, 20th?
That's the bad week as well for me. I'm both weeks out for me. So that'll be the first week of last week.
Okay.
Of February. And so with that change, I think we can adopt it. It sounds like the leachate effect is diminishing just because, and that's a good sign. And I kind of share Mr. Balakapan's concerns. And once the leachate issue becomes resolved, if they're still getting 2,000 complaints just from the natural operation of the landfill, then we're gonna have to take some action. So they're getting a little past me by this. So like unexplained, really apparently not their cause leachate problem. We can't just have the people have to live by a landfill and just stay indoors. That's not an appropriate solution. And I think things have to be abated if that's the case. Thank you.
And I'm going to,
Dr. Abraham.
Sure, I can also find good cause. Also have similar concerns as the other board members raised. Definitely appreciate all the work from both sides. Definitely appreciate the health risk assessment and then the odor assessment. But I do feel there's a lot that still can be considered when we think of, really we understand there's a methodology and I appreciate that, but doesn't really capture the real risks or harms. And we know that there is a mental health burden attributable to what the residents are going through, and we need to understand that those are impact people's health. But definitely like to see more about just disproportional harm that pregnant people or chest feeding people, elderly and the young may be experiencing in the community, and just elevating and prioritizing certain populations. Also would, and I echo the concerns around odor and the differences between that, physiological, toxicological, pathological, all very complicated. But at the end of the day, feel that that's not a strategy for alleviating concerns of the public and what we're seeing and experiencing. The last thing I'll say is that when we look at things like cancer risk, I would like to see at some point, is there a way to look at populational data. I understand it's hard to attribute to the landfill health outcomes, but you know, at the end of the day, it's real people with possible real risk for things like solid tumors or blood cancers. When we think of non-cancer risks, what else are we looking at? And I would say not just respiratory conditions, but clearly there are other considerations there. So appreciate both reports, and they are lengthy, but I also don't want that to be a strategy for, well, we dotted our I's, crossed our T's, and addressed the health concerns and the concerns that the public have, including taking seriously the odor nuisance. So with that, I can find good cause today and appreciate that there was a slated, a proposal before us today. Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah, I have a problem with the health report and the conclusion that has been drawn and the way that the report was presented. So in the way the methodology, when I read the report, I don't want to go too much, was referring to a Superfund site methodology, and then we are not very clear how it's clearly from the data that was presented. Just looking at the risk, is substantial risk to the community. That's my opinion there. So, and I applaud. I mean, not applaud. I appreciate all the efforts that Chiquita is taking. I think they're doing the technology part of it the best as they can to mitigate and control the odors, but downplay the health risk. There is a methodology where they like in the health risk assessment over here, and we're collecting all this data. What I didn't see, I thought, and if I'd seen that, I would have supported it, is to go back and redo the health risk based on the data that you got all this data you're going to collect again. Where, are they going to continue to do health risk assessment? And so I didn't see that. There should be a follow-up, based on the new data every quarterly, and that's what MATE does, if I can say. The MATE study does that. And I just want to read for the record, if you don't mind, just for a second here. And I thought as well, the risk estimate should not be interpreted as actual risk of disease in the exposed population, but rather as estimate of potential risk based on current knowledge and several assumptions. So you have that benchmark, and then you can see how those changes and improvements is reflected in the monitor data and the reduction in risk. So that's what MATES does. They compile the data, they estimate the risk and see whether there's improvement in the basin, identify areas. So that, so that helps to prioritize the health concern and of the in this case, the landfill, folks around the landfill. So that's the area I think that was lacking in this order. I think adding another 15 conditions, great, and I think there's, I don't know how many conditions we have now, that's, but that I'm not, I think additional monitoring is also great, but there should be another component looking again at the revisiting the health study. My personal thing is the health report has to be reworded, to reflect the proper methodology. It's not mix and choose one method here, one method there, and then it's very confusing. So, and in the past, I've always not opposed it, but I'm going to oppose it today.
All right. Okay. Good matter of Chiquita Canyon Landfill, a Delaware Corporation Facility Type number 119219, case number 6177-4. I move that we find good cause to grant a modified stipulated order of abatement as set forth in the proposed findings and conditions exhibit 65 with the following changes. The respondent should return for status modification hearing on February 5th or 6th, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Abraham. I see there's eyes looking up. I know we'll break protocol, Ms. Morgan. I see it popped up. Are you cool with the 5th and 6th? 5th or 6th?
We're checking with all of our witnesses.
Okay, so
we can get back to you as soon as we can.
Yeah, I think in the absence of my colleagues and being able to speak with staff, I would like to ensure that there's availability. I just think our general preference would be if we have the availability to do it.
Okay, so then how about we do this? Why don't we move forward with the 5th or 6th? We can always come back at a subsequent meeting and make the modifications. Is that perfectly fair, Madam? Are we cool with that? Thumbs up for everybody.
Yes.
Thank you, very good. Dr. Abraham.
Can I just make one comment that maybe are we getting to a place where we can, instead of holding 2 dates, start assuming like today, we were efficient and effective and hold 1 date and know that if we have to continue, but I want to be mindful too, of holding multiple dates on the calendar, given other cases that may be coming before the AQMD.
And Dr. Abraham, I'm with you 110%, but I can probably tell you, I can't speak on behalf of the petitioner or the respondent, but I'm very confident they're probably going to want to hold 2 days.
Sure.
All right, so we broke protocol. We normally wouldn't do that. We're all being collegial, collaborative. We're moving forward with the motion. It's been seconded by Dr. Abraham. Your vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balakapalan?
No.
Mr. Pearman?
Aye.
All the votes in the affirmative. The motion is hereby approved.
Before,
3-1.
before you adjourn, I'd just like to request findings and decisions.
Yes, one additional.
Mr. Mansell?
I don't think you had ruled on it when I had mentioned it earlier in the intro, but in terms of marking the subpoena satisfied and no longer being an obligation for AQMD to provide any evidence under the subpoena moving forward, I don't know if you had ruled on that or if the board had ruled on that.
Oh, sorry, I'd entertain a motion that the subpoena is hereby marked complete.
May we be heard on that briefly?
Go right ahead.
We've been in discussion with South Coast AQMD about the subpoena. I think we disagree as to whether there's an ongoing obligation, but we have worked together to come to an agreeable alternative. The South Coast has agreed to provide data, the complaint data, on an ongoing basis, on a quarterly basis. With that understanding, we are okay with the motion and would accept the board to mark that as satisfied today.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to mark it satisfied and or complete. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Abraham. Any further question or discussion on the motion? All right, cast your vote. Dr. Abraham?
Aye.
Dr. Palan?
Aye.
Mr. Pearman? Aye. How they vote in the affirmative, the matter is approved unanimously. All right, folks, you guys have a phenomenal afternoon. This case is now adjourned at 3:12 p.m. and we're off the record.
So we have nothing tomorrow, but we got a 4 o'clock call.
Yes.